Good evening. The meeting of the Committee of Student Achievement and School Innovation of the Board of School Directors will please come to order. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Director Ferguson.
Present.
Director Gokul will be a couple minutes late. Director Leonard.
Present.
Director Simpson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. The Chair will now ask the Secretary to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The Chair invites any members of the audience who wish to participate to do so and asks that those who do not wish to participate to please remain silent during the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This meeting is being conducted from the Central Services Building. This meeting is also being broadcast via live stream on the MPS website and on the MPS YouTube stream, the links to which may be found on the MPS website on the broadcast page. Before we begin tonight's meeting, we have a short announcement regarding interpretation services for the Spanish-speaking members of our audience.
Buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la Junta de la Mesa Directiva de las Escuelas Públicas de Milwaukee. Si desea escuchar esta reunión en español, por favor llame al 312-626-6799 e introduzca el número de reunión 832-0725-4267, seguido por el símbolo de número. Luego, introduzca el código 883149, seguido por el símbolo de número. Nuevamente, para escuchar esta reunión en español, llame al 312-626-6799 e introduzca el número de reunión 832-0725-4267, seguido por el símbolo de número. Luego, introduzca el código 883149, seguido por el símbolo de número.
Thank you. For each of our items of business, we will hold a discussion and public hearing. If you wish to speak, please fill out a speaker slip and bring it to our Secretary, Dr. Owen Moore. We have no virtual speakers registered this evening. The committee will accept public comments on tonight's agenda items. Speakers may only address the items for which they have registered. Questions from the public may not be answered during the public comment period. Following public comment, the committee will begin its discussion, and no additional comments will be accepted. When you are called upon to speak, please state your name and spell your last name for the record. For the sake of fairness and to give everyone a chance to speak, the Chair reserves the right to limit the length of time allowed to any one speaker. Written testimony will be accepted for transmittal to the Board. Send this testimony to the Office of Board Governance, P.O. Box 2181, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 53201-2181, or fax to 414-475-8071, or email it to governance@milwaukee.k12.wi.us. Just as a reminder, Robert's Rules of Order dictates that all comments, questions, and requests should be directed to the chair of the committee, who will determine the most efficient way to address them. For the safety of all and to ensure the good order of the meeting, harassment or intimidation tactics of any kind will not be tolerated. Anyone who engages in such harassing or intimidating words or actions will immediately be asked to cease. If such behavior continues, a recess will be called and the offending parties will be removed from the meeting. Anyone ejected from the meeting may continue to listen to the meeting or access the agenda items online. However, the individual will not be allowed to rejoin the meeting. Also, no one other than the members of the board, designated staff, and those who have been invited to present or participate in items of business will be allowed on stage before, during, or after meetings of the board and its committees. Finally, for our listening audience, if you wish to access this evening's agenda items and attachments online, you may do so by visiting the meetings, agendas, and minutes page of the MPS website. Now let's begin. Madam Secretary, item number 1.
Item 1 is a report with possible action on the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Task Force. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would the administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Eduardo Galvan, interim superintendent. This evening I have with me Dr. Travis Pinter, along with Sonny Birch and Linda Lou Fox-Wheeler, co-chairs of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Task Force. They will give an update on the progress that the task force has made. Following this update, we'll be happy to take any questions you have. Thank you, Dr. Pinter.
Good evening, Chair Simpson, members of the committee. Travis Pinter, Senior Director of Specialized Services. My co-chairs and I are here tonight to inform you of progress on the district's DHH task force. Joining me tonight are Sonny Brish and Linda Lou Fox-Wheeler. Sonny was newly elected in December, but has been a part of the task force since the beginning. They'll both be presenting in a bit. We begin with the district's 5 priorities for success. The work of the task force will ultimately impact 3 of the 5 priorities in particular: improving our district and school culture, ensuring fiscal responsibility and transparency, and strengthening communication and collaboration. At this point, I'll be turning over the presentation to Linda Lou Fox-Wheeler.
Chair Simpson, member of the committee. My name is Linda Lou Fox-Wheeler, co-chair of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Task Force.
sorry.
Wait, stop for just a minute. I don't think
the
the
mic is not-
microphone, oh, there we go.
Thank you.
If we could start over.
I
maybe.
apologize. Sure, no problem. Chair Siemens, members of the committee, Linda Lou Fox-Wheeler, co-chair of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Task Force and MPS teacher. The resolution to form a task force brought forward by Directors Peterson and Herndon passed in April of 2023. Meetings of the full task force have taken place from August of last year through the present and continue to take place every 6 weeks. In addition, leadership meetings that include the co-chairs and Dr. Pinter currently take place on a bi-weekly basis. The purpose of those meetings is to plan for upcoming large group meetings and ensure that the work remains focused on the specifics of the resolution. In December, we elected a new co-chair, Sonny Birch. Moving on to phase 1, which includes gathering a lot of information. In particular, the input of key stakeholders as outlined in the resolution itself. Surveys were collected at a local and a national level. They were originally distributed in May of last year and extended several weeks to allow for more responses. The local stakeholder survey sought information from those familiar with the programming of the district and DHH's program, while the national survey sought to better understand programs from other parts of Wisconsin and the rest of the country. Now, at this point, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Sonny Birch to go over some of the survey results.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Sonny Brish, co-chair of the DHH Task Force and director of ASL Studies at UW-Milwaukee. On these pie charts, you will see the breakdown of participant demographics for the 2 surveys. You'll note that 3/4 of the stakeholder survey participants were educators. with the remaining 25% comprised of parents and students. Feedback from other DHH programs from around the country consisted of primarily respondents in Wisconsin, with a third from other parts of the country. One of the primary responsibilities of the task force has been to analyze the type of program utilized in MPS. Survey responses relevant to this fundamental question are presented here. Nearly 3/4 of the stakeholders expressed they were not interested in a two-track program. At the same time, a bit more than half, or 57%, of the programs around the state and country were identified as combined rather than separated between ASL and speaking and listening. Separated programs comprised of 43% of the national survey respondents. At this time, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Pinter.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Travis Pinter, Senior Director of Specialized Services. There was also some qualitative data collected in the surveys. This word cloud you're looking at reveals a few themes in particular that were consistently repeated more than others. These themes have been regular topics of conversation during our task force meetings as well. The emerging themes were the desire to improve professional development for our DHH staff, the value of including our DHH students with non-disabled peers when possible, and the equitable placement of our DHH students. Equitable placement was mentioned in the context of program location, school choice, and overall accessibility. The task force began shifting into phase 2 with its December meeting, at which point brainstorming began on how to move forward toward a recommendation for the board. With that, all aspects of MPS service delivery are under consideration, including the methodology, program location or locations, staffing needs, our evaluation process, and the financial limitations that may impact decision-making. With that, we conclude our presentation. Thank you for your time and attention. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. I do have one speaker slip. Would Caden Wheeler please come up to the podium?
My name is Caden Wheeler, Wheeler. I'm a senior at Golda Meir High School and the son of Miss Fox Wheeler. And my question for you guys today is just with this proposed idea of closing and merging different schools, curious to how that would affect the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Task Force and, you know, where they work in that type of sense.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Wheeler, they can't answer
we
questions on the floor, but they will take into consideration your question and make sure you get information back.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking. Do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions on this item? Director Gokul Gandhi.
I have two questions for you. Can you hear me? Pardon my ignorance. So you said separated versus two-track. Can you explain, are those the same things? Are those different? And what's the implication, I guess, for us as we continue our work and for the task force's discussion?
Administration.
Chair Siemens, a member of the committee, this is Linda Fox-Wheeler. To answer your first question and expand on what two-track means, currently we have two programs. One is an oral and listening and speech program, while one is a sign language program, which does include some listening training for our deaf and hard of hearing students. The consideration is how do we think about merging those two programs and teach all the students in one rather than teaching them separately, because they're currently in separate schools.
Follow-up?
Yeah. And so I think that was like primarily why we decided to have the task force, right? So I understand that. Can you just go back to the slide that has the data on it that shows the two graphs side to side? So I'm just trying to understand what was the intention of the comparison of the graphs, right? And so just explain to me the correlation here and then how it impacts us and our school community.
Administration.
Director Gogolgandhi, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Travis Pinter, Senior Director of Specialized Services. The, I have it up right now. The graph was meant to just demonstrate that the questions were different in the two surveys, and we're trying to give you a sort of a flavor of them. So this one being kind of key to, as you pointed out, to the forming of the task force itself. Wanted to know what the stakeholders felt, which I think we've made clear.
Mm-hmm.
The second one is really, it is aligned to it. So a combined program would be that sort of one, and separate would be having two different ones. And it was just really to get a sense of, to answer your question, was to provide context about what other programs might be doing, both around the state, but then in other states. It doesn't really lend anything more than that at this point, because we're still working on recommendations, but it helps inform us.
Director Gokul-Gandhi.
Just one more. And how do you feel the committee work is going? And has anything surprised you? Or do you feel like you're progressing at the pace you were wishing to progress? So just generally, how has your experience been? And maybe you could tell us a little bit about, what's not on the presentation.
Administration.
Director Gogolgandhi, Chair Simpson, members of the committee. It is going well in many respects. We have been able to keep, as we pointed out, a pretty steady meeting schedule, and we're meeting regularly to help kind of direct that work. The things that have been a challenge is while we have 52 members who originally came on the task force, and they're part of the listserv, and so they do have some involvement. The numbers have dwindled at the actual meetings, and we're hoping that we've gotten the word out that as we move to phase 2, that we get some folks showing up again. We have a strong core group right now, though, that's able to address it, but that is probably the fundamental thing we're doing, is trying to get people back to the table, because we're ready to make some important decisions, and it's the best time to be involved in that way.
Director Gokul-Gandhi.
Yeah, and I would love to hear from our co-chairs, and welcome to our new co-chair. I'm so happy for you to join us, and the expertise you bring from the university level, I think, is probably immeasurable to the community.
All right. Administration.
I just wanted, it's the same question, correct?
Yeah, the same question. Just how's your experience been? What's surprised you? What's of interest to you? And how do you feel the work is progressing?
Chairman Siemens, members of the committee, thank you. This is Linda Fox-Wheeler. It's been very inspiring. The last meeting, we really brought out a large parking lot and laid everything out on the table. And that was very surprising about how many ideas came forward from that brainstorming session. It was truly an inspiring meeting. I hope everybody can agree with us on that. And I do think we're progressing quite well.
Thank you. That's all.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Sunny Brish. As mentioned before, we had a huge turnout when the task force was initially established, and since then we have dwindled in numbers. So we are trying to look for resources, information, people. That was one of the reasons that we did these surveys. The surveys really helped us inform our work and helped us look at the bigger picture of what the task force can do. I think it's this has been a great start, and I think the ball's just going to continue rolling as it has been.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
That's it. All right. Any other committee members? Director Ferguson.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And also, I'd like to piggyback off of what Director Gokul-Gandhi said. Welcome. to Ms. Birch. My question is, I noticed that about 75% of the survey participants were educators. And then on the next slide, also close to three-quarters, 73%, of the stakeholders interested in a two-track program, 73% said no, 27% said yes. Is there, my curiosity is, that quarter that said yes, was that parents and students? While that three-quarters that said no were educators, and then we just decided to move forward that way? Can you just explain a little bit about the data that we're looking at and how we are to interpret what you guys put before us today?
Okay. Administration.
Chair Ferguson, Director Simpson, members of the committee, Travis Pinter, Senior Director of Specialized Services. Yeah, it's a good question, and it may look that way, but actually it wasn't reflected exactly. The same sort of three-quarters weren't the three-quarters that also saw it that way. It was kind of a mixed response in that way, to answer the question.
Follow-up, Director Ferguson?
No, I just had that question.
Okay, great. Director Leonard.
And I'm hoping this will help Mr. Wheeler. I hope, I'm not sure. I'm assuming that part of what he is asking is that what would equitable placement look like? So if there were a form of consolidation, with or without, however we do it, what would equitable placement look like?
Administration.
Chair Leonard, Director Simpson, members of the committee, I'll start, but I also welcome my co-chairs to add to my answer. That is precisely what we're working on right now, but the kinds of things we're thinking about is, school choice for our students, our DHH students to have, the ability to be able to have that choice. We're looking at sort of, is it in a facility that's central for folks to get to from different parts of town, or do we need more than one, sort of to, as we're kind of a sprawling city. So those types of things are two things that come to mind. I invite my co-chairs to add anything if they want.
Chairman, directors, members of the committee, Linda Fox-Wheeler. Also, it goes down to how is the student screened in the first place for placement. Often that starts at the age of 3. And is the screening developed to be equitable? Is there a focus on the oral program, and that is where the student is placed, but later on realizing that that student may be placed in a signing program? And how is that decision made in an equitable fashion? But can we combine the programs so that all the students are exposed to both methods? And that's going to be part of the next phase, is how are these students screened, and is the screening itself equitable?
Follow-up?
No, we're
Director
good. Thank
Leonard?
you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions by committee members? All right. Okay. Thank you so much for that update. Really appreciate it. And I want to thank our chair and new co-chair for coming this evening and sharing their perspective. It's very important to hear from you as committee members. So thank you so much for taking time to come and speak with us tonight. All right. Our next item, we are going to do a little bit of a switch in the agenda. We have some very young people who have come here this evening, and we'd like to get them here, welcome them here, and get them home to bed as soon as possible. So, Madam Secretary, we are going to move up the item on, let's see, I'm trying to see what number it is. I believe it is number 7, and we are going to move that to item number 2 instead, and just bump everything else down.
Thank you.
All right, so Madam Secretary, would you please speak to item number 7, which is now the new 2?
Item 7 is report with possible action on the proposal for La Escuela Fratney school expansion. The recommendation is that the board approve the expansion of La Escuela Fratney to include middle school grades by 1 grade level each year, beginning with 6th grade in the fall of 2025.
Thank you. Would administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, Eduardo Galvan, interim superintendent. This evening, the administration asks your approval of this item for the expansion of La Escuela Fratney Elementary School from a K-5 to a K-8 school, adding on a grade level per year over 3 years. I have with me Mr. Miguel Sanchez, Regional Superintendent of the East Region, and principal of the school, Ms. Sarah Cruz, to share some details. Thank you. Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, sir. Chair Simpson, members of the committee, thank you for hosting us tonight. With me, I have the proud principal of La Escuela Fratney School, and we are bringing a proposal to expand the current program that goes from K through 5th through a K through 8 program. So be ready, sit tight. We have a great presentation for you, and we hope that you can help us with feedback and actually the promotion of this proposal. Ms. Cruz?
Good evening. Good evening, Chair Simpson, members of the board. Ms. Sarah Cruz, proud principal of La Escuela Fratney. Buenas tardes, soy Ms. Sarah Cruz, la directora de la Escuela Fratney, donde estamos orgullosos de ser bilingües y multiculturales. As we consider the 5 priorities for success, you will see how this proposal expansion aligns to each one. Our school community has collaborated with our families and staff related to this proposal for more than a year and a half. I want to emphasize that increasing academic achievement is at the forefront of our proposal. The data from our district on the forward exam shows that student proficiency more than doubles when language learners stay in a bilingual program for 9 years until the end of 8th grade instead of only 6 years at the end of 5th grade. Therefore, as you look at the strategic plan, growing our program is in direct alignment with student achievement. In terms of right-sizing the district, we have several empty classrooms in our beautiful building not in use that we would like to be able to use to teach our 6th through 8th grade students to ensure that we are utilizing our whole building. La Escuela Fratney is a very unique, two-way bilingual school for many reasons. We were founded by a group of bilingual teachers and community members in 1988 as the first two-way bilingual school in all of Wisconsin. Since our school began, we have had 4 school-wide themes we use to teach our students about social justice and multicultural education. We are the only remaining bilingual elementary school on the north side of Milwaukee, as we welcomed Pierce's remaining bilingual students several years ago when that bilingual program closed. Our school is different from most other bilingual schools because instead of having 2 tracks, a monolingual track and a bilingual track, all of our teachers and paraprofessionals are bilingual, and our whole school is considered bilingual with students who speak English at home and students who speak Spanish at home, learning together in the same classroom. We truly value each student's cultural heritage. We strive to focus on the whole child, developmentally appropriate practices, and therefore we offer full-time art, gym, music, and library classes. Through mindfulness and restorative practices such as morning meetings, peace corners, and problem solving, we teach and model for our students the need to live in peace. Out of the 13 bilingual elementary schools in the district, the majority, 9 of them, are already extended through 8th grade. With this proposal, we would join the only 2 other two-way dual language programs, Hayes and Coggle, as the 3rd two-way dual language program to extend through 8th grade. Since becoming principal 4 years ago, our school enrollment has steadily increased to a current number of 524 students. We welcome new students regularly from Spanish-speaking countries such as Venezuela, Colombia, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Mexico, who are making a new home for their families on the north side of Milwaukee. As you note the demographics of our school, it should be noted that we are one of the most culturally diverse bilingual schools in Milwaukee Public Schools, giving native English speakers of all backgrounds the opportunity to learn reading, writing, math, and other content areas in Spanish, while native Spanish speakers get the opportunity to continue to develop their language skills in Spanish and learn to read, write, and speak in English in a safe and supportive environment. We are proud to be bilingual multicultural learners and to support our students from many different backgrounds and cultures. Students at La Escuela Fratney not only learn from their teachers, they also learn from their students that are in the class with them, their classmates. The needs of the students who are English language learners and students who have special needs or IEPs are at the center of this proposal. We are confident that by giving students the opportunity to continue to grow in their language, academics, and social skills, that they will flourish as bilingual learners in high school and go on to earn the seal of biliteracy upon graduation. For those of you who have been a part of La Escuela Fratney for a long time, you know that families and staff have been interested in this opportunity on many occasions in the past. Most recently, this proposal started with families inquiring about middle school options at parent meetings. We listened to the families and surveyed them, and due to high family interest, we formed a volunteer expansion committee made up of parents, staff, and community members who met regularly over the past year and a half. We visited many K-8 schools to compare spaces and to learn about how different K-8 programs are organized. We listened to questions and concerns from staff and families and created frequently asked question documents that were shared out with all stakeholders. The committee drafted a full-length proposal and created informational sessions in which the committee members presented and led more than 11 in-person sessions in English and in Spanish. The committee members recorded the information in English and Spanish so they could be viewed from anyone at any time, and they also held virtual meetings on Saturdays in English and in Spanish. The assessment department at Milwaukee Public Schools helped us create a survey, and based on the results of the survey and the rubric that the committee created, the School Engagement Council passed the proposal unanimously, with all 11 members voting yes to move the proposal forward. On this photo, you can see our three of our K-5 teachers, a paraprofessional, and 3 of our students, and I will be sharing the results of the survey. So there were 180 responses representing 499 students at the time of the survey. Keep in mind that most of our families have multiple children in our school and only completed one survey. This is a return rate of 36.1%, which is 6 times higher than the most recent MPS survey rate. 82% of our families support the expansion. 82%. 82% of our families support the expansion, and 92% of our staff said they would return if the expansion was implemented. We hope you support our efforts to have our diverse learners continue to grow as truth tellers and change makers through culturally sustaining bilingual education by approving this expansion. At this time, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. We are going to jump to our speakers. We have one speaker slip. They support the item but do not wish to speak. I'm going to call, looks like we don't have that many, so I'll just do one at a time. It's Perla, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing names incorrectly, Jimenez.
Good evening. My name is Perla Jimenez, Jimenez. I'm a proud parent of 2 boys attending La Escuela Fratney, and I'm an active SEC member of the school, I stand here to ask you for your support in voting yes to the middle school expansion for Fratney. It is important to recognize the unique values this school embodies and the positive impact it has on its students and families. My kids are part of a minority community within a minority community, having special education needs. I can confidently say that La Escuela Fratney has provided the necessary support for them to thrive. Speaking on behalf of that community, I believe that the middle school expansion will greatly benefit our most vulnerable students and will provide equity to them to enhance their education and thrive as they grow. Please support La Escuela Fratney. It's a wonderful community and dedicated parents and staff members so that we can continue to expand this beautiful community with Fratney's values. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Holly Steffer. Holly Steffer. Our next speaker is Holly Steffer. No? We'll set it aside and she's here. Okay. Oh, there we go.
Hello, my name is Holly Steffes, Steffes, and I stand here in favor of the expansion of La Escuela Fratney to 8th grade. I'm an ESL teacher at La Escuela Fratney. This is actually only my second year, but I did start in MPS in fall of 2001. When I started at Fratney just over a year ago, we had about just over 100 English learners, ESL students, and I was a little worried that they weren't going to keep me because it seemed like a small number. Today we have over 220. So we have a huge increase of English language learners. Although the students are spread through the school, we have a significant number in 4th and 5th grade. And these students in 4th and 5th grade have limited options as far as staying on the north side and keeping their Spanish. So many of our students automatically go to the School of Languages, and there's no ESL teacher at that school. For many of our students, it is a good option, but for newly arrived students, it's not the best option. We welcome the new arrivals because they add to the intended program of having 50% of the students speaking Spanish at home and 50% speaking English at home. So we welcome them. They add to our program. Our English speakers are now speaking more Spanish on the playground and in the classroom. Overall, I think it's a no-brainer. We want to keep our students through 8th grade. As Ms. Sarah said, it helps with their language development. Many people in the community already believe that Fratney goes to 8th grade. When I've told some of my colleagues at different schools, they're like, what, Fratney's not already going to 8th grade? They're surprised. So overall, I support the expansion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Amanda Sepinen. Amanda Sepinen. Okay.
That's my curly-haired, energetic one. Amanda Sepinen, Seppanen. I'm a parent of a Fratney student and serve on the SEC. I'm here also to advocate for the Fratney expansion. When I joined the expansion subcommittee, it was partly because of my own work supporting schools in strategic planning and understanding the obstacles facing districts as our state government knowingly underfunds education. There's also a political movement promoting school choice that seeks to starve urban districts to the point of collapse, prompting calls for takeovers as we've already fought off here in Milwaukee, but have seen in other cities like New Orleans, Detroit, and Houston. Locally, notable change is coming to MPS. With enrollment down 30% in the last 20 years, changes must be made to guarantee the district's survival and future success. And whether we call the changes optimizations or mergers, the reality is that the north side will take the brunt of the new vision. Pursuing Fratney's expansion supports the priorities of the facilities plan because future cuts in our region are meant to be mitigated by targeted investments. But the real turning point for me in doing this work was about the needs of our families, and namely the recently arrived students who found themselves in a new country, learning a new language, who did not have great options for ESL services after graduation. As a graduate of MPS myself, I know the difference a caring school community can make. My teachers gave me the skills needed to be successful, but they also stood beside me at critical times, advocating for me even when I couldn't do it for myself. Fratney teachers are doing this kind of impactful work in ways that cannot be measured in their job descriptions or paychecks. I chose Fratney for my son, who's probably running behind me somewhere, because they too believe that schools should be the most hopeful places in our communities. They believe that kids should celebrate their cultures, hear their histories, see themselves in leadership, and imagine a life of their own choosing. We're all here tonight asking just that you let us keep our students a bit longer so that we can better serve as that hopeful sanctuary. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rita Tenario. Such proud kids of their mama. We have Rita Tenario next.
Can I just say something? Well, before Ms. Tenorio comes up here, and she's gonna really not like this that I'm saying that, but she is one of the founders of Escuela Fratney that people were referencing and has continued to stay engaged. And so I just wanna, yeah, she's my neighbor, and she's gonna give me some grief for this later. So,
hey,
hey,
hello everybody. My name is Rita Tenorio. Tenorio, and I live, well, this isn't Fratney. I live just about 3 blocks from where Fratney is. And so it's a very important place. I've had the privilege of being a parent and a teacher at Fratney, being the principal for 6 years. And right now I'm serving as the community member on the School Engagement Council. So, you know, it's been hard to sort of be away. You know, it's been 12 years since I've retired. Excuse me. But it's there, and it's so close to where I live. I just love it. You know, Fratney has been an innovative school since the very start. And I see this proposal as another opportunity for us to expand and to do some things in a different way than other people may have. And I'm just very happy, more than that, very amazed and thrilled that the community at Fratney has stepped up to make this proposal come to this body. We have, as Sarah said, we've gone to visit schools. We've done a lot of different things, and I have to say that the committee that the parents put together was amazing, and all the time and energy that was put into that was very impressive. So I think we're ready for this. I think we're ready to take this on. You know, and I wouldn't want to say that it's going to be an easy thing, because I think it's going to be very challenging, considering just everything in the world, but also that, you know, everybody is busy and filled up right now with everything they have to do, but there will be time put aside to make the plans. And there are wonderful staff in our school that I expect to step up to take on the responsibility of 6th grade, and then 7th, and then 8th. There are many challenges, but you know, if there's any place that can make this idea work, this expansion idea, it'll be Fratney, because we have always been there at the very initiation of many different things. So I'm here to help in whatever way that I can, and I'm very happy to be still involved with my school. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In many ways, a Milwaukee icon. We have one more speaker or one more person who does not wish to speak but does support the item as well. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to committee members who may wish to make comments or ask questions. Director Gokul-Gandhi.
Hi, everybody. So many familiar faces. I just first want to thank all of the parents and educators and staff members that have been a part of this process. They have been working so hard over the last year and a half, debating and having discourse and bringing pie charts and surveys and talking with one another and me and their neighbors about what this means. And when they first started this journey, I said, it's actually up to all of you. It's up to you. What do you want to do? Because this is your community. And so I think with the presentation that you've seen today, with some of the speakers that you've seen today and the data that you've been provided on the screen, as well as the meetings that I've been to, I do support this expansion because I think the majority of the school community supports this expansion. I do want to note that Ms. Tenorio made a point that this is not necessarily going to be an easy process, right? And so the only thing I want to just keep in mind is let's continue to keep voices of supporters and dissenters in the conversation. It's important that we hear everyone's opinion and come to a consensus on how we move forward and implement this so that we have, people feel ownership of what's going on in the building. And the last thing I'll say is in this environment with what we're going to face over the next 4 years, we know that, and it's already happening, I'm sure as many of you have seen over the last week, that this administration is going to do everything to remove joy from our children and our families' lives. And over the last 4 years, just watching what happens at Escuela Fratney and the respect and the love and the care that's given to bilingual two-way international education is really a center of spirit and joy. And so to see so many of you here tonight and the love and care that you've given to this process has really been exciting and wonderful to be a part of. So thank you for letting me be a part of it. And I just wanted to let my colleagues know that I do wholeheartedly support this expansion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Gokul-Gandhi. And my sincere apologies. I did miss a speaker slip, David Petro. Very sorry about that, sir. Please come forward and give your testimony.
Good evening. I'm sorry I didn't put item number 7 on it, so I apologize about that. My name is David Petro, P-E-T-R-O, father of 2 boys who attend La Escuela Fratney, and member of the Middle School Expansion Subcommittee that worked on creating and presenting the Middle School Expansion proposal to the School Engagement Council at La Escuela Fratney. Let me start by stating one basic but very important fact. On Wednesday, October 9, 2024, the School Engagement Council at La Escuela Fratney voted unanimously to approve the middle school expansion proposal and send it to the Milwaukee Public School Board for review. The survey we conducted as part of the proposal process showed the following. Out of 180 families surveyed, representing 250 students, almost 60% of them selected 10 out of 10. The highest possible rating for support of the middle school expansion. Furthermore, the survey results as a whole earned a score of 3, denoting a significant benefit to the school or large majority interest from stakeholder group on the rubric our subcommittee used in its recommendation process. In terms of Fratney's dual language immersion program, the only one of its kind on the north side of Milwaukee, a middle school expansion would give students and families the gift of time. 3 more years of bilingualism and biliteracy. Research shows that students need to participate in dual language programs for at least 6 years in order to reach those goals. Let us remember, though, that not all students learn at the same pace. Both of my sons, for example, have autism. I'm so proud of the development I've seen in their Spanish language skills during their time at Fratney, but they very well may need more than 6 years. 3 more years would mean more time for those language skills to crystallize. In conclusion, I urge the Committee on Student Achievement and School Innovation to send our proposal to the Milwaukee Board of School Directors for review. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And back to committee, Director Leonard.
So I guess, well, first of all, I have to agree with the numbers. So when it's unanimous and that's what the parents want, and that's what the staff want, I don't really know why we would argue with that. That is already the initial reason for success for any kind of school building. So obviously I would be supporting this recommendation. I do have just one concern, just one question. Having been a middle school teacher forever, in a K-8 setting, which is what you're going to have you discussed and considered the fact that your middle school often expands faster than everything else, and class sizes will really be part of that expansion?
Administration.
Yeah, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Sarah Cruz, principal of La Escuela Fratney. Yes, we are monitoring the numbers very closely. Very specifically, one of the survey questions for current fifth grade families was what percentage would be interested in staying, and I believe it was around 60%. And also, due to the uniqueness of our program, students are actually not able to come into our program unless they pass a Spanish test. And so we are really looking at our students whose families choose for them to stay, for them to be able to stay. And our past data shows that many families do choose Golda Meir or Milwaukee School of the Languages if they feel that that's a better fit for their children. And so again, based off of the data that we have and historically, we do expect to see that families would choose what was the best option for their family. If at any point we do definitely expect to be able to accommodate all students and families that would be interested, because we expect there to be a lot of continued choice among the families.
Director Leonard, any follow-up?
Thank you. Actually, it was a very good explanation. I can see how that would actually work quite well. Just a reminder that we have looked at this before. Mr. Sanchez and I have had many conversations, so we know that area of the city needs that kind of program. That is for sure. We're sort of bunched up in one area on the south side, and the north side is sort of left alone without that opportunity. So that would be another definitely pro reason for voting for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments by committee members? All right, Director, not Director Missy.
Thank you, Chair Simpson. I'm not on the committee, but I am so happy that I was able to stop by for this conversation. I believe in nurturing the seed that grows, and I think that it's really clear Fratney is a successful program in an area of the city that needs more of that. And so I also love that this proposal is driven by the community, and so I'm happy to hear that everyone sounds like they're going to support it. And just want to thank the administration for being open to this and helping support it and make it happen, and to the Fratney community for your advocacy and commitment to expanding high-quality public schools in Milwaukee. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Zambor, and thank you for joining the SASI committee tonight. Is there a motion by anyone on the floor? Director Gokul-Gandhi.
I move that we approve the Fratney expansion proposal.
Would Madam Secretary please call the roll?
On Director Gokul-Gandhi's motion to approve the La Escuela Fratney school expansion, Director Ferguson?
Aye.
Director Gokul-Gandhi?
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
Chair Simpson?
Aye.
That's 4 ayes. The motion passes.
Wonderful. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
We are going to return back to item 2. At this point, item 2 is action on a request to approve the instrumentality charter school contract with Milwaukee Virtual School. The recommendation is that the board approve the attached 5-year instrumentality charter school contract with Milwaukee Virtual School to begin with the 2025-2026 school year and end on the last regularly scheduled day of the 2029-2030 school year.
Would administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, Eduardo Galvan, Interim Superintendent. This evening, I am joined by Bridget Schock and Michael Harris as the administration requests your approval of this item for an instrumentality charter school contract with the Milwaukee Virtual School. Mr. Harris and Ms. Schock, to begin, will share details and answer any questions that you may have. Thank you, Ms. Schock.
Yes, good evening, Director Simpson, committee members, Bridget Schock Anderson, Director of Contracted School Services. The item before you is the follow-up request for the contract that comes after the approval. In December, the board approved the proposal for Milwaukee Virtual School. So this is the contract that has been negotiated with the Office of Board Governance and the Office of the City Attorney. We've attached the benchmarks so you can see clearly the requirements that DPI has for being a charter school and that it matches with the contract. At this time, we can answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Do any members of the public wish to speak on this item? I don't believe we have any speaker slips, or we do?
We have one speaker slip on this
Thank
item.
you. And we'll go to that first. Quentin Claiborne.
Hello, Quentin Claiborne, K-L-A-B-O-N. Given the pandemic experience and the quality of some of the virtual schools in Wisconsin, I get a bit nervous about starting a new one. However, I trust you will get it right and serve children from inside and outside Milwaukee. To that end, I thought a few questions might be important. First, predicting growth rising from 900 now to 2,500 in 2028 is ambitious. The three biggest right now are iForward at 881, Rural Virtual Academy at 1,090, and two separated Wisconsin virtual academies at 1,336 and 1,423. That is a lot of open enrollment students to pull back or statewide students to attract. One question is whether any district budget projections rely on such growth, which may be a risk. Another question is whether that prediction holds in a period where school-age children will decline steeply. Second, I want to question whether you will meet your academic priorities. Apologies if I'm mistaken on any of the following. In the application and contract, you write the board should judge you by whether your forward exam scores meet or exceed district and/or state averages. That would be a challenge in normal circumstances, as you will discuss during items 3 and 4, but most virtual students statewide do not even take the forward exam because the Department of Public Instruction does not enforce the 95% participation rule for public or private schools. Obama had 51.2% of students miss last year's test, for example, and I assume those are the virtual students. If you will not actually achieve your goal, and if the board will not hold you accountable for meeting that goal, do not lie to one another. Just pick a different academic goal. Third, I wanted to ask about reading instruction in Act 20. I gather Milwaukee Virtual Program already uses Wisconsin licensed Ingenuity teachers. Are these teachers retrained in the science of reading, given legal requirements and it just being way better for kids? Have they finished letters or some other retraining? A Milwaukee Virtual School education should be every bit the equal of a traditional Milwaukee Public Schools education, especially since it could attract students not already succeeding. So, how will you get to 2,500 students? Is exceeding forward exam averages the correct metric? And will Ingenuity teachers comply with Act 20 to give kids the best education possible? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Leonard.
So actually, I'm always going to ask this, and it has to do with, are they trained in Act 20? And to what level, how would that work with our virtual school?
Administration.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. Yes, they have to follow the law, so they would have to be trained in Act 20.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Director Leonard?
Yeah, not really. I have a lot of questions, but I'm not going to, I have to really I don't have a problem with us going forward with this. I just, yeah, we're good. We're good.
Okay. Any other committee members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Zambor.
Thank you, Chair Simpson. Would the administration be able to talk, and I'm sorry if it's in here and I'm missing it, just what the renewal, kind of the renewal process would be like, the review process? Would it be, at least for that first period, like how frequent would we be reviewing this particular school like we do the other charters?
Administration.
Yep, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. So we follow policy 9.12, so we treat them the same as other charter schools. So one thing that we will make sure that we do in best practice is making sure we get into some online classes to do observations. looking at data. Another thing around virtual schools is making sure that you keep them as high quality programs. And so that's why the forward exam and those metrics are in there, because they are required to test all of their students in grades 3 through 12.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Director Zambor?
Thank you, Chair Simpson. When would their first review be? Would it be 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 1 year from now?
Administration.
Yep, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schacht, Director of Contracted School Services. Well, it's an annual review because we get their pupil academic achievement report, we get their financial audit, and then they have to do a compliance and performance audit. So that comes regularly. But the big review, renewal, is in the fourth year, their last year of their charter school contract to take forward. So that would be in their fifth year.
Director Zambor.
Thank you, Chair Simpson. And okay, that's helpful to understand, because I think one of the concerns that I have, I mean, when you go into a school and there's a virtual class, children, I find that it looks like they're less engaged than other students in the school. I realize the virtual program might be different. I just want to make sure that we're not approving something and then like forgetting about it, and that there's like continual like a deep, like that we're being very intentional, especially in those first few years, to make sure that the progress is happening and that the metrics that we're outlining in the contract are being met. So I think that's my biggest concern, is making sure that we're keeping a close eye on it, especially in the early years.
Thank you. Administration, do you have any comments to that concern?
Good evening, Chair Simpson and members of the committee. Michael Harris, Interim Chief. To answer your question, with the virtual school, parents are really going to play a huge role, right? They know their child best, and so that's how we will be approaching this. We're really going to be engaging them in the conversation about what that looks like, how do we monitor the student success. There's a lot of one-on-one training for them, as well as mentorship. So we think with the plan that we have developed, we can see some really good outcomes for the students and families that enroll.
Director Zambor, any? Okay. Director Gokul Gandhi?
Can you talk a little bit about this 2,500 student projection? Can you give us a little bit of background for where that projection came from?
Administration.
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, Michael Harris, Interim Chief, School Administration. So Student Services has been tracking quite a few of the families that have either enrolled in virtual programs outside of Milwaukee Public Schools. So we've been tracking this since the virtual program has been put in place. And we believe that because we are looking to have students participate in extracurricular activities, that we will draw many of those families back to us who are still in this area to participate in those things. So Student Services has been tracking a lot of that data. We can definitely bring some of those numbers back. I don't have that readily available, but as part of the conversations with Student Services, they've been keeping a nice watchful eye on those numbers, and we feel confident with our marketing that we can attract those families back to us.
Follow-up?
Just a general comment about contracted schools, and it sort of reflects Director Zambor's point is, I know that we need to have these periods of time where folks can go and build their schools, but what I get worried about is that we don't say, okay, this is the goal. So year one, we're going to have this, and then we're going to say, okay, we didn't meet these goals. Year two, okay, what happens if we don't meet those goals? Do we revisit the goals? And then year three, it almost feels like putting us in the position to say no or yes to something versus here is the objective. This is just a general comment, not directed at this, to say yes or no to a school. And we've had this conversation a lot, I think, in this committee. And so I just want us to think operationally about what makes sense for a scorecard or a metric as we continue to bring our contracted schools forward for assessment.
Thank you, Director Gokul Gandhi. Yeah. Madam Secretary.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Dr. Tina Owen Moore, Chief Officer, Board Governance. I just wanted to mention that the Charter School Review Panel, in their recommendation to the board, one of the things that they highlighted that they requested was regular updates to the board on progress, both for making sure we're meeting those goals, but then also because there was a lot of excitement about what was possible with this proposal. So I think that was something that was highly recommended by that group.
Dr. Gokul Gandhi.
So it's specifically for this school?
Specifically for this school, for the Milwaukee Virtual School.
So I guess my question would be to the committee is, do we need to make a motion for a regular update? Is that something we can just request? What would your recommendation be?
Madam Secretary.
This right now is just to approve the contract.
Okay.
So it's not necessary at this moment, but that was, yes, to authorize them to negotiate the contract. But that was something that they recommended. So you don't have to make a motion on it tonight. This is just to negotiate the contract, but I think that was part of the expectation, that there be some regular updates to the board.
So I guess my request then would be, once the contract is negotiated, to either bring it back so we can move approval for some sort of regular, review, or just so that Office of Board Governance can note that we are asking for that.
Okay, thank you. Administration, where are you, is that all right, with you? We can kind of get some type of, a year from now, you'll come back with a proposal for us on providing some updates to the board on how the program is going.
Director Simpson, members of the committee, Eduardo Galvan, as Ms. Schock outlined, there are going to be the yearly updates. If the board wants more than that, we would be happy to address that and bring that forward, and we would be happy to do that. I also wanted to mention, just in terms of when we speak about enrollment and as goals go, so having the virtual program has enabled us to know that, there are a base number of students that we can expect, right? This is an opportunity, as Mr. Harris and Ms. Schock said, to get some of our students that are currently in one of these other programs, at least to have that option to come back to us. And certainly, as parents continue this kind of trend that we're seeing, not just in Milwaukee, but in other places, to have this as another option. And we hope that that gives them a place to go so that they don't have to leave us. So that's part of that. And again, as part of the contract and as part of our work with Edgenuity in the past, we certainly, in terms of the financial aspect, have an ability to control, if, for example, we don't get to that 2,500, not putting that out there in the universe as we won't, but if we don't, that's not something that impacts us financially in terms of that we're committed to a certain number, and we have this in place so that we can grow, and we can't go past a certain number because of the capacity, but we expect to be able to meet those goals and certainly mitigate any financial impact if we don't.
Thank you. Director Zomber.
Thank you, Chair Simpson. A question on page 1 of the contract. It says it says employees may be third-party contractors under approved contracts by the board. Is the intent to have the teachers, administrator be district employees, or is the intent to contract those out? This is an instrumentality, correct?
Administration.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. So we currently use Imagine Learning, which is a platform through Edgenuity that provides the teachers. We do have LTE staff, school social workers, school psychologists, but this is how we've been able to serve the 750 plus kids currently enrolled. So that platform is going to continue for the time being, so that's why that language was in there for now.
Follow-up, Director Zomber? All right. Any other questions?
I got a question.
Director Ferguson.
Thank you, Chair Simpson. My questions, I have 3. The first one is, are there any in-person requirements for the virtual school, or is it 100% purely virtual?
Administration.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. So some of the instruction is asynchronous and then others is synchronous. So I believe students get some synchronous time, especially in the younger years, because K4 through 5th grade, they need that direct instruction. So there's a synchronous platform for students to be able, synchronous platform for students to be able to log in and have some direct support with the teacher. In addition, there's some asynchronous work that students will have to do on their own, working with either their parent or we have mentors, LTEs, that we have hired to work with students as well to support them, to provide 24-hour tutoring and so forth, so students always have access to somebody. And then there's also opportunities for students to come in, as Mr. Harris had noted, with the Milwaukee Rec, working with them to be able to have activities that come in to provide support. Plus, the hub, if you will, is at the Green Bay campus. So hopefully to have two arms at either end of the city, so we can meet students to be able to provide some face-to-face instruction as well.
Director Ferguson.
Just a quick follow-up. So I am probably, 2 months on the job, so I'm still learning. So I have no idea what synchronous and asynchronous is.
Back to the old days of COVID.
Yeah, back to those days. Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. So synchronous would be you have an allotted time where I have an hour of maybe or 2 hours of direct instruction where I log in at the same time with the rest of my class to get the instruction. And then asynchronous means that I'm working independently on my own and then can reach out for support if needed. Sorry about that.
Okay, so
go ahead, Director Ferguson.
So, outside of, am I hearing this correctly? Outside of like rec, there isn't a requirement for students to come in for anything. Everything else is can be at least purely online?
Administration.
Yeah, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, that is correct.
Including testing?
Nope, they come in for testing.
They come in for testing, okay. And my next question is, I hear you saying that you'll be treating this school like you do the others. Just my question for that is, don't you think there should be some additional requirements for this school, given that it's so out of the box and out of the ordinary?
Administration.
Yeah, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. So when that was mentioned to treat them differently or equally was to follow 9.12 as far as our policy and procedures go around charter schools. However, they do receive support not only from the regional superintendent as an instrumentality charter school, but they'll also have support from us and then different partnerships. And so we will be monitoring and working closely with the school leader.
Director Ferguson.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay. All right. I just had a clarification. So when you were talking about it that you get an update once a year about their performance and financials and things like that, is that report doesn't come to the board floor, that is just like a form or, report, a document that you receive, is that correct?
Yeah, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. So we always do in December, send an annual report with the charter schools that includes the academic, financial, organizational performance. In addition, audits, the performance audits and compliance audits are sent regularly when those are usually 60 days after the receipt of the pupil academic achievement report. So usually February, those are coming. And then the audit is always due in October. And those also you give access to. So yes, they're not necessarily a report we're doing here, but there's one that we provide to you that's in written form.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify for members of the board, if you were looking for something, more of a report where we all get to sit here and talk about it, we would have to, I think, ask for that specifically. So just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page with that. Director Leonard.
So I'm gonna bug you about this letters training. So that I'm going to assume that we're going to have a significant amount of synchronous learning in those first 3 grades at least, and that would be online synchronous learning with regards to letters training. Am I understanding that correctly?
Administration.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. So the amount of synchronous time is longer. That's the face-to-face time in the lower grades for the reading and making sure students are able to meet those requirements. That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. All right, any further? Yep, Director Ferguson.
Sorry, I said from the beginning I had 3 questions, and I left one out.
That's all right.
Is there a model program that we are kind of looking at or modeling our program after, or this program after?
Administration.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. So MVP, which is Milwaukee Virtual Program, has been up and running since 2020 as a call when we came back in person as a way to continue some virtual instruction for our students. So we've been working with students in this platform and gotten our feet wet and gotten the ground running for the past 3+ years. And so they're learning to grow it and make it better each time. I believe Chicago Public Schools they've been working with as well to get some ideas and form relationships with, just to make sure that they're providing high quality virtual instruction for young people.
Director Ferguson, any follow-up? All right, thank you. All right, seeing no hands, what is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? Director, I don't know what it is with last names tonight. Director Leonard, I'm only thinking of first
A
names.
year from now, that's going to happen anyway. Sorry. Let's see. All right, so I move that we approve the instrumentality charter school contract with Milwaukee Virtual School that's been recommended by administration.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Leonard's motion to approve the instrumentality charter school contract with Milwaukee Virtual School as presented by administration, Director Ferguson?
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi?
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
Chair Simpson?
Aye.
That's 4 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Next item, please.
Item 3 is action on a recommendation to approve the renewal of the instrumentality charter school contract for the Alliance School, Inc. for the Alliance School. The recommendation is that the board approve the renewal of a 3-year instrumentality charter school contract with the Alliance School, Inc., and authorize the superintendent's designee in consultation with the board's designee and the Office of the City Attorney to enter into negotiations with representatives of the Alliance School, Inc. for the Alliance School, and to draft a renewed instrumentality charter school contract to begin with the start of the 2025-26 school year and end on the last regularly scheduled day of the 2027-28 school year.
Would administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Eduardo Galvan, interim superintendent. I am joined by Bridget Schock, who will summarize the recommendation before you to renew the instrumentality charter school contract for the Alliance School. Following this summary, we will be happy to address any concerns you may have. Thank you, Ms. Schock.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock Anderson, Director of Contracted School Services. The item before you is a request for a 3-year instrumentality charter school renewal for the Alliance School. Attached to this item, you will find the application for renewal along with the letter of intent to renew the charter school contract, the performance summary that includes the academic, financial, and organizational data over the term of the contract, the current contract, and the recommendation from the charter school review team. In October, the charter school review team conducted a site visit at Alliance. The team carefully reviewed the data and the attachments, spent a full day at the school, which included classroom visits, focus groups with students, parents, staff, and community partners. It was evidence that Alliance provides a safe, centered environment for young people. Authentic relationships have been established, and it was clear that students felt safe. Alliance has grown the personal finance course that we heard a lot about, and provides an opportunity for students to compete locally and at the state level, and they've done quite well. Students led the review team in a few circle activities, which cultivated a passionate community of learners. Students appreciate the community and proud of their school. The passion for students shared for having a safe and welcoming school was evident in all the students' testimonies. Students shared how they felt they were accepted at Alliance and could be their true, authentic self. This safe and nurturing environment has been established, and the review team noted that it is an important step in moving the student academic performance. The team noted that Alliance has not necessarily met its academic performance over its contract term. They have demonstrated growth in the areas of math and science. They have also improved the 4-year graduation rate, which has contributed to the graduation improvement plan that provides careful planning for each individual student through the mentorship program. The team is recommending a short-term contract renewal with Alliance based off of the relationships they've been developed, growth in some performance areas, and a commitment to being student-centered in its decision-making process. The team recognized that there are data-driven improvements being made in the areas of academic performance. At this time, we can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. We're going to go to speaker slips first. And the first speaker slip I have is Phyllis Smith.
Good evening. My name is Phyllis Smith, S-M-I-T-H, the proud principal of Alliance High School, proud Milwaukee Public School graduate, North Division High School, 1983, and a proud employee for 30 years with Milwaukee Public School. I would like to say Alliance most definitely is a school that's still in need. Working with Milwaukee Public School for 30 years, I've noticed the need of students with mental health. Alliance provides service for students 50% LGBTQ, 42% students with special needs. Our academics, I'm going to say, may not be where they should be, but I believe we have to take care of the whole child first. If a kid is not in a safe place, mentally, physically, they cannot learn. So that's what we address first, and in the future, I know we will do better academically. Thank you for considering us.
Thank you very much. The next speaker slip I have is Jill Engel.
Good evening. My name is Jill Engel, E-N-G-E-L, and I have been a proud staff teacher member of the Alliance School for the last 18 years. And I guess, you know, the kids would say I'm the OG of the group. Just to follow up on a little bit of what Ms. Smith had talked about, we've noticed that we are attracting students from outside of the district that come in and stay in MPS and graduate from the Alliance School. And that's just not recently. There's been a trend in the 18 years that I've been there where I've seen this happen. I've seen families move from out of state to come to the Alliance School because they can't not find any school that fits the need of their child. Alliance was one of the first high schools in the country that, with the mission of being bully-free and LGBT-friendly. I believe, you know, we strive to uphold that mission and philosophy. The great thing, me being there 18 years, I have worked with the same colleagues, so there is high staff retention, which I think says a lot about the commitment of the staff, the teachers, and the students. We have students that have had older family members, brothers, sisters come there, and it's recommended, oh, go, you know, that would be a good fit. The other thing too is, this is from the school psychologist. He said, you know, we get a lot of recommendations from outside agencies for our school because we fit the needs of specific, unique children, students in the city of Milwaukee. That's all.
Thank you. The next speaker slip I have is Quentin Claiborne.
Hello, Quentin Claybon, Klabon. As a preface, I realize you would be better served if I sent this as an email. So I truly do not mean to offend anyone with following comments. It's not specific to any schools, it's more about process. So you soon will have committees, as I get emails, thank you for communicating it, but discussing building expansions, investments, and closures. To reach 85% capacity, very average efficiency, you would have to close 20 schools now. On top of that, due to various Milwaukee and national trends, unfortunately, Milwaukee is likely to lose at least 10 schools worth of students every 5 years for the foreseeable future. So as you consider the length of contracts, I ask you to consider the Citizen Facility Committee's recommendation process and how that will interact with charter renewals. Will those committees' recommendations on closures affect whether or not a charter school stays open, especially if enrollment and building usage are not parts of its contract? Could and would you dissolve a charter before its contract period was up if it was under-enrolled at those annual reviews? Should you write enrollment and building usage goals into charters? Though I'm a very pro-charter person myself, I know some board members are more skeptical. However one feels, though, I would think both sides would find it unfair to subject traditional Milwaukee public schools to the realities of birth rates and balance sheets and have them be subject to decisions and not charter Milwaukee public schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Do members of the committee wish to make comments and ask questions? Director Leonard.
First of all, I'm going to embarrass our board clerk. So I had the opportunity to delve into her book about the Alliance School. The Alliance Way is what it's called. I would recommend people take the opportunity to actually spend some time reading it. I actually enjoyed going there and having the opportunity to review the Alliance School and look at and had a chance to talk to their parents and students. I would be wrong to not bring this up, and they did not bring this up, but I will bring this up. And I think it's something that we have to seriously consider. I don't blame anybody. We've had it, Ms. Schock and I have had a little bit of a conversation on this, but we haven't had a chance to really work on this in any real depth. But I am concerned that we are sending some students to Alliance that simply should not be in that school. And I think we have to be honest about that. If Alliance is the school that has served such a specific niche, we have to look at the students we're sending there and at least being very, very circumspect in our enrollment department and not just sending anybody there. That leaves a burden upon Ms. Smith and their staff and their students, and they made that very clear to us during that evaluation period. And I'm bringing that up not to say we wouldn't go forward with the contract. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we need to actually take a serious look at this, and as a school board and a school district, we need to make some tough decisions and figure out how we can sort of protect that unique structure that really is pretty much unique throughout the Midwest, to say the least. So anyway, I just wanted to add that comment, and I thank you for your patience on that one.
Thank you very much. We'll do Director Gokul-Gandhi and then Director Zambor. Okay, Director Zambor.
Thank you, Chair Simpson. I also went with Director Leonard. We were a part of the review team, and just wanted to say, on paper, I was nervous about the school before going to the review. Then when, you recognize the fact that they have nearly double the amount of special education students as the district average. I think the other school we're looking at tonight is like 8%. And they actually had, Ms. Schock can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought like a higher graduation rate too for the special education students. So there were some things that I think we all kind of agreed during the renewal, the application for renewal didn't do a great job of highlighting some of the really good successes that they had despite some of that. But when we went into the school, I think, it was a safe school. There were students, there was even a student who they had left and they came back. They went to another MPS school, a larger high school, and then they came back and they talked about how, it was just a better fit for them. So I think it's a very special school for a special population of students, and I don't want to lose that. But I think we also have to make sure that we are holding the school accountable to the academic metrics and the academic performance that that they're agreeing to in the contract. So we can't lose sight of that. But I just want to say it was a pleasure to visit the school. It's a school that I would honestly recommend to families, just based on what we saw happening, the learning that we saw happening, the joy that was in the classroom. The staff is incredibly dedicated. The students felt very comfortable talking to the staff. And I just think there's some things that we have to make sure are improving, and they have to improve pretty quickly.
Thank you. Director Gokul-Gandhi.
I think both of my colleagues highlighted some of the, tensions and like hesitation I had, but I think sometimes I compare it to Gensland, which is in my school also, as I think in the 80s of special education students, right? So there's you have to contextualize schools and what they offer. And we know that our LGBTQIA plus students just face like an incredible barrier, a lot more sort of like social implications of coming to school. And so I think keeping something like this in our community is, again, as I said, for Fratney over the next 4 years, having really safe spaces for our kids to come like this is going to be even more crucial. But to Director Zomber's point, I think really having that accountability around the academic metrics is still important. And I do see growth, right? You've noted, and it's almost in every aspect here that we see growth. And so I really hope to continue to see that exponentially. So I just wanted to note that.
Thank you. Any other comments by committee members? All right, Director, Mr. Chasen.
Thank you, Chair Simpson, Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. I was wondering if the administration, for the benefit of newer board members, could provide a little bit of the overview on how we arrive at the term of the renewal. Is it sort of additive, where we start from a place of no years, but then we add up to a maximum of 5, or is it reductive, where we presume a 5, and then based on analysis walk it back, just for the benefit of the new members?
Administration.
Yeah, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schacht, Director of Contracted School Services. The attachment for a recommendation for renewal is the rubric that outlines the rating system. So full-term renewal, meaning they're meeting at least 80% of their contract measures, academically, financially, organizationally. And then 30 years is we're seeing, some growth or evidence of growth. The renewal is we really make sure that we're listening to the whole school community. So what we see maybe in the data, you got to get the whole picture and really take a look at listening to focus groups. And the focus groups are students, families. We listen to the staff, and then their community partners as well. So there's a whole day that is spent at the site, listening and engaging, looking at classrooms, visiting classrooms, talking to students, either in a focus group or just while we're visiting them, and to really, really see and feel like what's happening in the school community. So that's also part of the day, along with their application for renewal. So the rubric really kind of outlines it in the recommendation form that's attached to this item to give you a little bit more clarity on how the team, which is comprised of 2 board members, we have community representatives, and then we have district administration and staff that serve on there that represents various areas of curriculum instruction to finance. And so it's a real holistic team that we have.
Thank you very much. Director Zambor.
Thank you, Chair Simpson. You jogged my memory about something that I wanted to maybe ask or follow up on. I know we heard in a lot of the focus groups from students that there was because it's such a small school, there's not the same level of athletic programming that you would find in some of our other larger high schools. And I know we talked a little bit about some strategies they could use to help co-op with other schools to make sure students had those opportunities. I know my child, we always remind him that, you got to keep your grades up if you want to, stay on the football team and, do all of the after-school activities. So how do we make sure that the things that we raised in the review are getting followed up on before the 3-year would be up?
Administration.
Yeah, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. So we meet regularly with our school leaders and have follow-up conversations regarding growth and the metrics from the review team. So not only as an instrumentality getting the regional support, which also received the seat feedback, they're also getting my team to go out and work with the school and do a visit. We make sure to get out at least 2, 3, sometimes 4 times a year in each of the schools to monitor and look at data and look at growth, and then to follow up on some of the things that have come up in the renewal time.
Any follow-up, Director Zember? Right. Right, I don't see any more questions or comments from committee members. So what is the pleasure of the committee with respect to this item? Director Gokul Gandhi.
I move approval of the contract for Alliance Charter School as presented by administration.
Right, thank you. Any further discussion? Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Gokul Gandhi's motion to approve the renewal of the instrumentality charter school contract for the Alliance School, Inc. for the Alliance School as presented by administration, Director Ferguson?
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi?
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
Chair Simpson?
Aye.
That's 4 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item 4 is action on a recommendation to approve the renewal of the non-instrumentality charter school contract for Urban Learning Collaborative for Milwaukee Environmental Sciences Academy. The recommendation is that the board approve the renewal of a 3-year non-instrumentality charter school contract with Urban Learning Collaborative for Milwaukee Environmental Sciences Academy, and authorize the superintendent's designee in consultation with the board's designee and the office of the city attorney to enter into negotiations with representatives of Urban Learning Collaborative for Milwaukee Environmental Sciences Academy, and to draft a renewed non-instrumentality charter school contract to begin with the start of the 25-26 school year and end on the last regularly scheduled day of the 27-28 school year.
Thank you. Would administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Eduardo Galvan, interim superintendent. Joining me again is Ms. Bridget Schock, who will summarize the recommendation for you to renew the non-instrumentality charter school contract for Urban Learning Collaborative for Milwaukee Environmental Sciences. Following the summary, we'll be happy to address any questions you may have. Thank you. Ms. Schock.
Good evening, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock Anderson, Director of Contracted School Services. The item before you is a request for a 3-year non-instrumentality charter school for charter school renewal for Milwaukee Environmental Sciences Academy, also known as MESA. Attached to this item, you will find the application for renewal along with the letter of intent to renew the charter school contract, the performance summary that includes the academic, financial, and organizational data over the term of the contract, and then the current contract and the recommendation from the charter school review team. In October, the charter school review team conducted a site visit at MESA. The team carefully reviewed the data and attachments, spent a full day at the school, which included classroom visits, focus groups with students, parents, staff, and community partners. MESA states in its mission that it's dedicated to creating a safe, nurturing, and rigorous learning environment that supports the intellectual, physical, social, and emotional growth of all of its students. MESA is an environmental-focused school where students engage in learning through science-based thematic units. MESA's climate and culture has strengthened through its intentional focus on CREW, which is embedded in the EL model of empathy and caring through the habits of scholarship. The students led the review team through the morning CREW routine, and it was evident that MESA has created a safe cultural ideal for learning. Each year, students vote on a service learning project to demonstrate their commitment to the EL model of the natural world. During the 23-24 school year, a community garden was created in the courtyard. Students had an opportunity to be involved in the project by planting seeds, cultivating gardens, and learning through the thematic units in their classes. Students spoke about this during their focus groups and had one of the groups of students had an opportunity to share this at their national convention in December. For the current school year, they will continue to grow the garden and give the product to the community. The review team recognized that there is work to be done at MESA to meet the academic performance. However, the team also recognizes the school has systems in place and has the appropriate supports to move student outcomes. Given the outcomes of the information provided, the team is recommending a short-term renewal of MESA. At this time, we can answer any questions.
Thank you so much. We're going to move to speaker slips next, and our first speaker is Nakia Sneed. And that will be followed by Jeremiah Murphy.
Hello, again, my name is Nakia Sneed, S-N-E-E-D, and I, as a parent of 2 MESA scholars, have never seen a school as innovative as MESA. They really make the best out of the lemons that they have, and as a millennial that has attended a vast variety of schools, from the best in the suburbs of Illinois, schools in the South, and the urban schools of Chicago, MESA has proven to be a hidden gem in the Deneen area. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous, y'all. It was very special having my daughter's first experience of school, being in the same building as her big brother, which is Jeremiah. Now she has a completely different learning style than her brother, but every teacher she has had did an amazing job with connecting with her and engaging with her in order to keep her attention and ensure that she was learning with minimum issues. She's the type of student that loses her interest quickly and would naturally fall behind without the needed attention to keep her engaged. With her attending MESA with her brother made it easier and enjoyable as a first-time student, but now fast forward 3 years later, they both are fully rooted. I believe that every teacher and staff member there has helped to shape my scholars to become more intentional and involved in their education, but also has helped to nurture the best parts of them. Since my son has been there, which is now going on for year 4, there has been great efforts to try and make the school better for the students it serves in that area. And even with the limitations they face, MESA as a whole has continued to show up every single day. MESA will do more. With MESA being there, it will be more than just keeping a school in that area, but also allowing them to continue to give something that is very vital to a lot of those students that they serve, which is a sense of community, love, and quality education. And of course, with their new garden, I feel like that is a great addition to a lot of the students, especially with some of them that has emotional irregulation issues, that helps them to kind of feel grounded and to give them an opportunity to refocus, as well as helping the teachers to be able to do that as well for them.
Thank you. And now Jeremiah Murphy.
My name is Jeremiah Murphy, M-U-R-P-H-Y, and I'm a proud scholar at Milwaukee Environmental Sciences Academy. This year, I was a guest speaker at the National EL Conference in Atlanta. I spoke on how our school made an impact on making our world a better place. MESA is more than a school. It's a community where we work together to make the world a better place. We focus on integrity, collaboration, respect, social justice, accountability, and perseverance. All of the habits of scholarship support characteristic development, which is why I speak on behalf of all MESA scholars to support the renewal of Milwaukee Environmental Sciences Academy. Thank you.
Thank you. Very cute. Do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Ferguson.
Well, first of all, Mr. Murphy, I could see why they had you as the keynote speaker. Great job. You did better than a lot of people who come up here to speak, so good job. My next question is on the charter school snapshot, the performance summary. I see that the maximum authorized enrollment is 450, but the total number of students currently enrolled is 274. For the short-term contract that you're recommending we move forward with, are you keeping the maximum authorized enrollment at 450?
Administration.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schacht, Director of Contracted School Services. So depending on the vote today, will determine kind of the next steps moving forward. 450 hasn't been really a good number for them to meet, and it's just a maximum number. So per the contract, they only get paid for the September count date, so whatever is counted that day. If they would go over their maximum enrollment, I would have to bring back a contract for amendment. So we kind of overestimate what that maximum number is, but their budgeted number is right around 300. So we would make sure that we're negotiating a good, reasonable number for them to put in the contract as their maximum FTE.
Follow-up, Director Ferguson?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the committee wish to make comments? Director Leonard?
Okay, so I do have concerns, and I know that we have a 5-year and a 3-year, and then there's the basement. But I feel like we really need to have a closer watch to make sure that the progress is being made academically and possibly in some other areas. I taught at that school, not MESA, but 65th Street School for 10 years. So I do know the community, the neighborhood extremely well, so I do know that part of the problem, I believe, is just a dropping child age enrollment. I think that's part of the challenge that they're going to have there. I have no question about that as much. But I am concerned. I feel like, so we say 3 years, and we're just going to say thank you very much, and then we're not going to come back and take a look. I think they both need, we need to be more circumspect, but also that whatever kind of services and extra support they need, if at all possible, that we could possibly get to them, because I am a little bit concerned. I'm looking at a lot of those academic testing numbers, and they're quite low. I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Administration.
Yeah, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schacht, Director of Contracted School Services. So this is a school that gets one-on-one support from us on a regular basis. We have our school performance coordinator that attends all their learning team meetings to help provide direction and support. We have a program supervisor that goes out and does a monthly meeting with the school leader to look at their contract measures and their data to see what progress they're making and then next steps that they're implementing. We also closely monitor their school improvement plan. In addition to their school improvement plan, they also have an EL plan, which is their expeditionary learning plan. And so what we're trying to do is really work on focusing in on some big elements that are going to drive instruction and really move the needle in the academic performance. So they have the supports needed. I think they've had a really challenge with staff turnover. And so this is the first year where they've retained more of their staff. So we're starting to see more traction with staffing as well to help move. Because as you know, if you have a high turnover, you also have, it's hard to get that needle going. So we do provide a lot of support, a lot of oversight, a lot of monitoring. We also do regular walks and provide feedback to the school. And I will say the school leader is really good about implementing that feedback. So the next time we go, we see that feedback being implemented. So we're starting to see the work being done. It's just been a slow process.
Follow-up, Director Leonard?
So I guess a suggestion, I should ask, does the board, or would the board be able to get those reports on a more regular basis? Because I do not believe we get this. I don't think we get that information.
Administration.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schacht, Director of Contracted School Services. I guess I'm not sure what reports you're referring to. We get annual reports, but if you want regular monthly reports from our...
Not monthly, annual as in the audit?
You have the audit. We also provide the authorizer report, which has all of the pupil academic achievement report data that's given to you annually. Remember, that report is a year behind because of when the Wisconsin State Student Assessment data is published and not embargoed anymore. So that's kind of just a December report, but it's always a year behind. Yeah.
Director Leonard, any follow-up?
I'm trying to make it that we're more on top of it. So, I mean, because I was on the review committee, and and I'm just aware of that. I do look at the audits. That would be more on us as board directors to make sure that we're on top of that. I guess I would recommend that we at least keep in contact with Ms. Schock to make sure that we're seeing that progress is coming, that we see that trend line improving as we go along. Because I do not want to wait. And we've had schools that we have renewed, and then all of a sudden, we sort of stopped looking, and there was a massive dip, and then we got a lot of pushback from a lot of people. Now, this is before I was even on the board, but I remember that was like, well, is the board not aware of what's going on? So I want to make sure that we are not caught unawares. I guess that's the best way to say it.
Thank you, Director Leonard. Director Gokul Gandhi.
So I'm like, this is really concerning to me, right? And so I hear what you're saying, but when you have in year 2 the WSAS mathematics score at a 1.1%, which is almost 18 points lower than the district average, I'd be willing to play ball with you even if it was hovering, even if any of these scores were hovering around where the district is at. But that's really concerning. The percentage of standards met by year, 75% did not meet. That means only 1 in 4 children in this building is meeting standards. I mean, again, like, even if it was at 50, I would still be ready to have a conversation, but it went up 25%. There are schools in our district that are doing environmental studies, that are doing small group, or talking about environmental justice or, agriculture, and are meeting probably more closer to our district average than a 1.1%. Like, that is so harrowing to me. Like, when I read this, I was flabbergasted. I'm just going to be honest. And that's down from 1.5% the year before. So, like, I hear what you're saying, and also that is not acceptable to me at all. And that would be my comment even for a traditional MPS school, that it's not, and you've heard me say that some of our statistics are not acceptable to me. And so again, and I don't want to do this thing where we kick the can down the road for other people to make decisions when data is showing in front of us that 3 in 4 children in a building are not meeting standards. And so that is very, very concerning to me. And I believe that these students could be better served elsewhere within our district. And so that's just my prerogative.
Thank you. Director Zambor.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. To Director Leonard's point about, the number of school-age children in the area, I live 2 miles from that school. There are tons of young families in our neighborhood looking for schools, and that is not a school that ever comes up that people are looking at. And I think we've done this before where we have deep concerns and we give a school a 3-year renewal, and then we're told, well, you can go back at any time. And those conversations are very hard to have once you do the 3-year renewal. And I know we're going to have a new board coming up, and is that a conversation you want to put on them? And wait, I also have deep concerns about this. I know I'm not in the committee, but I just want to share that this is not, I remember being in the audience like years ago about the same school, a school that has a science focus, and then you look at the science scores. So it's, the other thing that concerns me is because this is a school that doesn't have district employees, that we don't have as much control over, it's harder for us to help them because we're not the one operating the school, if that makes sense. And so that's the difference, I think, from some of the other conversations we have. We know that if something's happening, we know who to call. We know, we know what's going to happen. With charter schools that are not operated by the district, there's not the same oversight. So I just wanted to share those thoughts.
Thank you. And I just, so this school had a 3-year contract prior to this. So it was already a school kind of not given the full 5 years. And now we're kind of facing another 3-year, look at a 3-year. And, I have the same concerns that given the fact that they were sort of already on a 3-year watch, that they're back and, if you look at the information from last year to this year, the percentage, I think across the board has gone down in the standards that they're trying to achieve. So I also have grave concerns about a 3-year contract with this school. Sorry, I should have passed the gavel. Sorry. Are there any other comments by committee members, or does administration have a comment? Okay. All right. Seeing no other hands raised right now, what is the pleasure of the committee with respect to this item? Director Gokul-Gandhi.
This is really hard. I am not excited to put this motion forward. I just want the audience to know that. But I think to Director Zomber's point, I cannot in good conscience allow someone who is new to the board to, have the learnings I've learned and even for your school community, you're not able to come to this board and say, hey, there's 10 red flags and we need you to take some action on this. And so I move to not approve the renewal of the non-instrumentality charter school as put forward by administration.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or discussion? All right, seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Gokul-Gandhi's motion to not approve the renewal of the non-instrumentality charter school contract with Urban Learning Collaborative for Milwaukee Environmental Sciences Academy, Director Ferguson.
Aye.
Director Gokul-Gandhi.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Chair Seamson.
Aye.
That's 4 ayes. The motion passes.
Thank you. So I know there is work to be done at this point. So I would appreciate maybe just an update given back to the committee on sort of next steps. Yeah. Correct, that members of the audience need to be told what next steps are, if we could just publicly state that, but also then that board members be given sort of next steps.
Chair Seamson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services, that would mean that the school would dissolve and close, and that the contract would end in June 2025. Go ahead.
And just to note that this is the recommendation of the committee right now, so it would go to the
Practical.
full board still?
It does go to the full board still, and also I would imagine that, I would just recommend that we reach out to families as well, and give them some guidance in terms of if after the full board vote, if this is the way that vote goes in terms of, opportunities that they can look for within the district for their children to continue their education. All right. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item 5 is report with possible action on the Urban School Transformation Collaboration. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Thank you. Would administration please present this item?
Chair Seamson and members of the committee, the administration has shared in previous months that MPS was afforded the opportunity to work with a formative school transformation coach, Dr. Jennifer Hernandez, Executive Director for CESA 1. Under the direction of Assistant State Superintendent Dr. Keanu Jones, Dr. Hernandez works with MPS leaders in schools across the district to support the growth and transformation. With me to present our most recent update is MPS Chief Academic Officer Jennifer Mims-Howell. Following the presentation, we'll be happy to entertain any questions you may have. Thank you. Ms. Mims-Howell.
Thank you, Superintendent Galvan. Good evening, Director Simpson, members of the committee. I am Jennifer Mims-Howe, Chief Academic Officer of Milwaukee Public Schools. And tonight I will share with you where we currently are in our collaboration with Urban School Transformation, made up of the Department of Public Instruction, as well as the Cooperative Educational Services Agency, CESA 1, led by Dr. Jennifer Hernandez, who is the Executive Director. Oh, I apologize. I go to my PowerPoint. Can you find it for me while I keep talking? I'll keep talking. My companion here, Mr. Harris, finds the rest. The project we've been implementing for the past 3 years has a connection to developing our staff here on our 5 priorities of success, as well as strengthening communication and collaboration. Together, the Office of Academics and the Office of School Administration work together to make sure that our systems development are aligned. And with the help of Dr. Hernandez, we continue to partner to make sure our work is toward the continuous improvement of Milwaukee Public Schools. For our strategic plan, the work that Dr. Hernandez is doing with us aligns to the professional learning section of the strategic plan. Due to the strategic plan and shared leadership resolution written by Director Simpson, Milwaukee Public Schools Administration, we continue to work on school improvement plans together through a shared leadership model. Urban School Collaborative Consultant Katie Roberson also is independently working to support schools that were selected by Mr. Harris in school administration. She supports them virtually in being leaders as well as on site at the building level. Shared leadership at its best is happening in 2 of Milwaukee Public Schools. Through the construction of the systems we have, the Office of School Administration and the Office of Academics have a shared communication so that the superintendent is aware of our progress as well as school leaders. As we look at our UTS overview, Milwaukee Public Schools is not the only school district in the Big 5 that Dr. Hernandez is working with. However, we are the largest school district, and we are also the most robust. We are currently working on some of the following initiatives. In the area of ambitious instruction, we continue to work with Urban School Collaborative as we support the legislation of Act 20. It will involve developing capacity among our regional superintendents, our instructional leader directors, as well as our academic directors and managers. Together, we will support leaders along with the Office of School Administration to sustain the work to make sure our students are prepared and ready. As we look at shared leadership, it is co-directed by our principal from Milwaukee School of Languages, Mr. Juan Baez, and again, Dr. Jennifer Hernandez. Together, they have bi-monthly meetings where they work with other school leaders to facilitate professional development during our Principal Leadership Institute. Again, another example of shared leadership. This year, we have extended our session length to 90 minutes so that we can focus on developing building leadership as well as our learning our professional learning communities. The key goals include constructing the data systems, utilizing the Atlas data protocol, as well as developing progress monitoring systems. The Office of School Administration, the Office of Academics, along with the Urban School Transformation and the Department of Public Instruction, meet biweekly to develop the topics for and design the training for the district leadership team. District leaders convene meetings twice a month to analyze the attendance, behavior, and curricular data at our schools. While looking at the regional priorities and alignment of the school improvement plans, our district leadership plan aligns the work to our strategic plan. These professional learning communities also enhance leadership development district-wide. Together, we align practices across the district and implement the progress monitoring systems we continue to work on. The outcomes that you see on the screen here now are the outcomes that the Urban School Transformation work with all school districts. Those are on the left. On the right, it shows what Milwaukee Public Schools is currently working on. I will give a few examples of the work that we are doing. Under developing systems, we are working as a leadership team to develop common walkthrough practices. We also are working to make sure that our templates are aligned with our 4 questions that we ask our school leaders. As we enhance systems and redefine our protocols, we are making sure that there is reciprocal communication, making sure that the protocols we use, if they need to be retaught, they are. We all are saying the same language. As we transform our adult practices, we are looking at the data analysis. We are rewriting our school improvement plan goals as they need to align to what the school truly needs. We also are working on our instructional practices as we work towards achieving the goals for Act 20. Another example is what we're doing in advancing our educational equity. We are making sure that all voices are heard. There are professional learning committees at the central office level as well as the school level. Within the school, the leaders, the assistant principals, as well as the special education supervisors work together to make sure there is coherence. An example of this is the opportunity we had to work in the Central region with Central Reads. Central Services staff went in to support the school classrooms while the teachers were professionally developed. We also modeled to make sure that teachers had a full understanding of the learning that they had. Then again, 2 weeks later, we came back to make sure and support the teachers as they needed it. Then finally, as we demonstrate the adherence to our culturally responsive and data-driven instructional infrastructure, we look at the professional development that we are offering. We offer, then we reassess to make sure that each school is getting what they need. Be it by grade level or be it based on the school improvement plan, we are making sure the needs of the schools are met. And finally, a summary of our progress. The information that's here that talks about developing, beginning, and accomplish go with the goals that we have set to work with the Urban School Collaborative. Our outcomes for Milwaukee Public Schools remain clear. We are developing systems, 69%. We are beginning to look at shared leadership as the way we need to work, as well as school improvement plans. And the 12% of accomplishments is the fact that we are continuing to work together underneath what shared leadership intended it to do. Milwaukee Public Schools, along with Urban School Transformation and the Department of Public Instruction, will continue to work for the best outcomes for Milwaukee Public Schools. On behalf of Dr. Jennifer Hernandez and Superintendent Galvan, I am open to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for that update. I do not see any speaker slips here.
We have no speaker slips on this.
Thank you. Do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Gokul Gandhi.
I really like this. This is good. I'm a fan of this. And what I really love is this last slide number 7. I would love if you could tell us a little bit about, so those 12% that are accomplished, like what's the plan for them? And then, subsequently, how do you do that? And 2, what's your, when you say you have measurable outcomes, like what do those look like? And can you bring those back to the board at some point in time? Just to maybe even give an example of each school. She is so tired of me.
Administration.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Jennifer Mims Howe. Chair Simpson, members of Director Gokul Gandhi, members of the committee, Jennifer Mims Howe. Director Gokul Gandhi, to answer your question, I do have a report that I can share with the board. What happens is we have some documents that are internal that can't be released to public. However, I will make sure that you have the information. So as we look at the schools who are accomplished, some of the things that they're doing is that they have facilitated their school improvement plans. We had retreats in June and August. Dr. Hernandez and the team from the Department of Public Instruction were on site, and they were able to work with our schools to make sure that they had the information in their school improvement plans that could drive the correct instruction. One of the other reasons that they're accomplished is because they've done a review in this first quarter to make sure that those goals aligned. And what we've done is when they need to be realigned, we've taken the time to rewrite those goals to make sure that they are meeting the needs of the school. Another accomplished area is that through our Urban School Initiative, as I mentioned before, working with Mr. Harris and his team, the schools that are receiving the support get direct feedback from Ms. Robinson weekly. They also are able to work with Dr. Hernandez through Urban School Transformation as they systematize the framework that needs to be used. So right now we're working on 2 schools, but our goal is to continue to go further. As we look at what's developing, we are thinking about the data literacy. We are teaching people how to not just look at the data and make adjustments, but also what is the data telling us. Making sure when we look at progress monitoring systems that we take that back to the school committee or the school team and talk a little bit about why is this system working? Why do we need to change this system? And then finally, where we're beginning, we have several that are in the beginning area, but the good thing about it is as they begin, they're going to make progress. So we're looking at models of leadership that will help in those schools, and we also are doing that here for our central office meetings. Like I said before, Dr. Hernandez and her team meet with Mr. Harris and myself and our teams twice a month.
Any follow-up?
Yeah, it would just be nice to, and it's whatever you can share publicly, like, what does it look like to be accomplished? So what, like, data metrics are you meeting that an accomplished school has, that a beginning school has, and a developing school has? It would just be interesting to see that, de-aggregated in a slide.
Okay, I can work on making sure that you have that information.
Thank you.
Any other comments from committee members? Questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for that update. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item 6 is report with possible action on the MPS Montessori strategic plan. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Thank you so much. Would administration please present this item?
Chair Seamson, members of the committee, Eduardo Galvan, interim superintendent. Tonight I am joined by Abigail Rausch and Principal DiCarlo to provide you with an update on a Montessori strategic plan. Upon conclusion of the report, we'll be happy to respond to any questions you may have. Thank you. Ms. Rausch.
Good evening, Chair Seamson, members of the board. My name is Abigail Rausch, and I am the Montessori coordinator. I'm here this evening with Joe DiCarlo, principal of Maryland Avenue Montessori School, to provide an update on the Montessori strategic plan. We want to begin this presentation by sharing how the Montessori strategic plan embodies the district's 5 priorities for success, especially increase academic achievement and accountability, develop our staff, and strengthen communication and collaboration. The Ambitious Instruction Accelerated Learning Plan is the instructional framework for all schools and classrooms in MPS. We fulfill this expectation through utilizing the Montessori method, which is based on the philosophy that children reach their fullest potential through multi-age interactions in an inquisitive, cooperative, and encouraging atmosphere through self-directed activity and hands-on learning using unique materials. In addition, the 10 elements outlined in the district's academic standard of care are embedded in the Montessori philosophy.
Chair Seamson, members of the board, Joe DiCarlo, Principal, Maryland Avenue Montessori School. Tonight we want to update the board on the progress of the Montessori strategic plan. We're creating structures to support the Montessori model, removing barriers and providing targeted support to help teachers implement Montessori with fidelity across all the schools. These structures are being built with cohesion and intentionality. Items we're currently working on include holding monthly Montessori principal meetings, which allows us to continue collaboration across the district. We're formulating Act 20 guidelines specifically for Montessori schools, which includes identifying Montessori materials and interventions that align with the specific strands of the district's AIM-Web screener. With a Montessori credentialing program successfully established, we're now focused on supporting that implementation. This includes overseeing program design, delivery, and evaluation, scheduling student teaching and observations, and maintaining the Grant Gordon credentialing facility. Similar to the work previously completed at the primary level, we're working to create a Montessori-inspired second step curriculum. Those are the district's social emotional learning curriculum that involves developing a unified lower elementary, 1st through 3rd grade curriculum to enhance the Montessori grace and courtesy lessons. Instead of separate digital curricula for each grade, we're creating a single set of lessons for the combined grade band. We're also working with the Office of Violence Prevention to analyze and design these lessons, create materials, provide teacher training. Additionally, we're collaborating with the Department of Research, Assessment, and Data to integrate these lessons into the grade book for record keeping to make it easier for teachers. This project exemplifies how we align the district mandates with the Montessori principles by working with various departments to meet the students' needs. We also facilitated the Montessori Advisory Committee meeting in December. Our focus is building a strong foundation to advance the Montessori programs in MPS. We encourage all stakeholders to attend our MAC meetings and share their insights as we develop plans to ensure the quality and sustainable growth of the MPS Montessori program. To promote in-depth discussions rather than just having general conversation, where our meetings are following a small group workshop format. One group will draft cohesive language for Montessori-specific job descriptions, job postings, and interview questions. In the second group we're currently working with, they'll gather information on the unique facilities needs of the Montessori schools and begin drafting an MPS Montessori facilities minimum standard of care. The upcoming meetings will take place on February 10th, April 14th, and June 9th, all from 5:30 to 6:30 at Central Office in room 210. The Montessori Strategic Plan calls for an annual retention survey to be administered to all Montessori staff. This is really necessary due to the gap between MPS hiring timelines and national Montessori recruitment timelines. The goal here is to estimate the number of teachers and type of Montessori teachers needed in the district. Additionally, we aim to gather information on the number of staff members expected to leave within a 5-year period so we can plan for supporting teachers in credentialing programs, as Montessori credentialing to take up to 3 years to complete. The second component of the survey seeks to identify the number of Montessori staff members who hold administrative licenses or who are interested in obtaining one. We aim to complete the survey prior to the hiring windows. Throughout the year, we aim to complete a range of items from the Montessori Strategic Plan, including recruiting teachers from the American Montessori Society Conference. We're coordinating the plans for Montessori-specific summer school for grades K-5 through 8, utilizing our in-house developed curriculum plan that aligns with the traditional summer school standards. In collaboration with the Department of Facilities and Maintenance Services, we're developing a minimum standard of care for all Montessori schools. Having already established a minimum standard for classroom materials, we're now focusing on that next phase of the physical structure, which includes both classrooms and outdoor spaces. The Montessori schools will also be participating in both of the MPS kindergarten enrollment fairs on February 1st and February 22nd. Prior to the Montessori Strategic Plan being implemented, Montessori teachers had to manage district requirements independently. To enhance consistency across all Montessori classrooms, we're now able to provide structured support and systematized practices to ensure consistent implementation throughout all schools in the district. Teacher work sessions are scheduled throughout the year to ensure consistency in grading and to work on phase 3 of developing the secondary Montessori curriculum. All right. So with handmade Montessori materials, Montessori education features lessons and materials developed with a comprehensive program from birth to adulthood in mind. Dr. Montessori meticulously crafted this curriculum, resulting in a highly rational, coherent, and relevant educational approach. The consistent set of lessons and materials ensures stability across authentic Montessori schools, connecting knowledge both across subjects and throughout a child's life. So we are systematizing the creation of the handmade Montessori materials, which make up almost 25% of the classroom resources. So this has previously been a responsibility of teachers who needed to create these materials at their own cost and time following their Montessori training. Since these materials are not available for purchase, we're working to develop and duplicate them in-house. Our goal is to ensure that every Montessori classroom meets that minimum standard of material need, giving all students equal access across all schools in the district. This is a long-term project led by Montessori Planning Assistant Erica Wolf. Thank you, Erica. Two of the projects we wanted to highlight include geography and math. These are key because after Montessori training, it takes a lot of time to develop these materials. So supporting especially new teachers who are already working in the classroom, this is a big help to have this established. So for geography, we're establishing a series of grab-and-go bins, each equipped with the materials necessary for our Montessori geography curriculum, which covers the district science curriculum. We interchange geography and science in Montessori. These bins provide teachers with all the resources required to conduct the initial lesson, as well as materials for individual student follow-up. Specifically designed for elementary classrooms, the bin includes materials for 31 different science and geography experiments. The centralized checkout system ensures that all classrooms have equal access to the materials that they need. In math, we're specifically currently following the creation of handmade materials as part of an ongoing math book adoption process, the textbook adoption process. This involves several steps. First, we create the templates for the material, develop them digitally, and then build a finalized prototype. Next, we collaborate with the duplicating department to upload the materials to the storefront, where they'll be duplicated, sorted, and distributed to teachers. We're working on creating 35 individual math materials. So we're focused on streamlining the access to all these materials for staff. All the handmade materials we're creating will be available in the duplicating storefront for replacement parts or for the establishment of new classrooms. Additionally, all materials are also being translated into Spanish where applicable in accordance with Riley Montessori's content and language allocation plan. All right, so for Montessori credentialing, research, as a background, research indicates that the quality of teacher interaction is the foremost predictor of child outcomes. A challenge for Montessori schools is having credentialed teachers available for all classrooms. Since 1989, the district has committed significantly to credentialing more Montessori teachers. So currently, the district is hosting 2 in-person Montessori credentialing programs on site for 13 elementary teachers and 15 secondary teachers. In addition to these programs, 12 staff members are enrolled in other Montessori credentialing programs. So despite having staff members in credentialing programs, we still currently have 2 lower elementary teacher vacancies and 1 assistant principal vacancies across 3 different schools, which shows the need for continued credentialing of Montessori teachers. To become a Montessori teacher in Milwaukee Public Schools, candidates must earn a Montessori credential from either the American Montessori Society or the Association Montessori International for the specific age group that they wish to teach, the early childhood primary, the elementary, or the secondary. This year, 2 credentialing processes. Sorry, let me start over. This 2-year credentialing process is rigorous, involving intensive coursework, practical application, and a deep understanding of specialized Montessori materials. Currently, all 40 of our adult learners are actively employed within the district. So these individuals are completing a master's level teacher credentialing program while working in a classroom, often serving as a teacher of record and also balancing family responsibilities. Funding for the Montessori credentialing sponsorship has been included in the Montessori strategic plan budget, and we hope to offer sponsorships starting with the next budget cycle as well. We're also working to establish a partnership with local Montessori and credentialing centers to offer teacher credentialing for the primary, the K3 to K5 early childhood grade band. We currently don't have that opportunity or an option. We anticipate a need for the primary credentialing teachers, so that's why we're looking into that. We'll use the data from the retention survey to inform our long-range planning for additional credentialing needs. So at this time, pleased to announce Selena McKnight, a Montessori elementary teacher at Lloyd Barbie Montessori School. Ms. Knight will share her experience as a recipient of a district sponsorship for Montessori credentialing.
Dr. Seaman, members of the board, my name is Selena McKnight, and I'm a proud MPS Montessori teacher at Lloyd Barbie Montessori School. I began my career in MPS as a paraprofessional at Lloyd Barbie back in 2018. I grew up in an area near Rufus King High School, which is just a few blocks away from Barbie. I was looking to use my leadership skills, my love for children, and arts background in a school setting. I had previously worked as an assistant site coordinator for Journey House CLC site stationed at Albert E. Coggle until the site was forced to close. I met Principal Loss at a job fair, and immediately we clicked because of our love of the arts. She mentioned an art camp, and I was completely sold on Barbie. I completed my first college degree at University of Iowa in dance and entrepreneurship. I worked as an independent contractor for many years in the local arts community and in after-school programs. I felt I wanted to expand my horizons and continue to work my experience by becoming a paraprofessional. I have also worked at a couple of charter schools before. I had never had the opportunity to work for MPS. I thought it was time to start my journey here. When I first started, I knew nothing about Montessori. I've only heard of it. I worked in a lower elementary classroom with children ages 6 to 9. To learn more, I asked the teacher that I worked with, John Steffes, with questions, read about Montessori, and sought answers from anyone that I could. I learned about the opportunity to become a Montessori teacher through the MPS sponsorship program. It was a great chance to earn my Montessori credential. I saw the benefit in not having to go into debt for another college degree and have a career to follow immediately. I had been looking to make an upgrade in my life and in the life of the students, and I felt this would be the great next step for me. The credentialing courses were challenging. I was working full-time in the classroom while also attending school full-time. Montessori credentialing is highly intensive, requiring a lot of study, hands-on practice, and deep understanding of Montessori materials. Then COVID hit. Montessori is a hands-on program, and to not be able to be in a classroom, use the materials during majority of my training was really the hardest part. We didn't get the time in the classroom before our semester had ended, but we were allowed a lot of time before our finals. Alverno and the sponsorship program worked together to ensure that we could get as much time as possible, and it was definitely worth it. Completing the credentialing is just one step of the process. I also had to obtain my Wisconsin state teaching license. While the state recognizes Montessori as a pathway to licensure, I was still required to complete the fort and the praxis exams. Because the terminology in Montessori is so different from traditional schools, it can be challenging to interpret the questions on the test, which are phrased in conventional educational language, and relate them into a Montessori approach. This is often a difficult hurdle for adult learners, especially while teaching full-time. Equity in education is incredibly important to me because every child deserves the opportunity to receive a quality education. Children are the leaders of tomorrow, and ensuring that they have access to the same resources and opportunities is essential for building a strong and diverse future. It's also vital for children to see role models who look like them, specifically in Montessori. And as this helps them believe in their own potential and envision success for themselves, I strive to be that kind of role model every single day. I want to thank you for all of your time and attention today. I hope my story serves as a reminder of the potential in every child and the power of passionate, dedicated educators in shaping their future. Once again, thank you for your support, MPS Montessori community. I look forward to continuing to make a difference in the lives of our students and the community. Thank you.
Chair Simpson, members of the board, Abigail Rausch, Montessori coordinator, and I just want to thank Selena. We will be hosting a Morning with Montessori on February 8th, 2025 from 9 a.m. to noon at McDowell Montessori School. This event provides an opportunity for attendees to learn about Montessori methods and materials, engage in key presentations, and explore student enrollment and district hiring options. Student services will be available on site to take applications. This event is designed for both prospective families interested in Montessori and our current families wishing to learn more about the program as their children progress. Families can experience a typical day in a Montessori environment by observing our teachers and students in the classrooms. Credentialed MPS Montessori teachers will be available in the question and answer rooms to provide additional insights. Registration is not required for this event, and free childcare is available for children ages 3 and up. For more information, people can visit our website at mpsmke.com/Montessori. We look forward to seeing you all there. And at this time, we would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much, Ms. McKnight, for sharing your story with us. And we're so glad to have you in MPS, and it sounds like you are exactly where you need to be. So thank you very much for all of that. We do have a speaker slip. Could I please have Miss Christine Wilkinson come forward?
Good evening. My name is Christine Wilkinson, Wilkinson. I'm a retired MPS Montessori teacher of 30 years and a Milwaukee resident. Since my retirement, I have mentored new Montessori teachers in this district and now working with Wisconsin Montessori Association. I'm here tonight to address a critical issue impacting our district: the inability of many highly qualified Montessori teachers to obtain the necessary licensure. These dedicated educators have undergone rigorous Montessori training, demonstrating a deep understanding of child development, innovative teaching methodologies, and a commitment to fostering a love of learning. However, the current licensure process, which primarily relies on standardized tests, the Praxis 2 and the FORT specifically, presents an insurmountable obstacle for some of these teachers. This is particularly concerning given the district's critical shortage of Montessori educators. Losing these talented individuals due to inflexible testing requirements is a significant loss for our students and our community. Many of the teachers I work with are bilingual, bringing invaluable linguistic and cultural diversity to our classrooms and delivering Montessori to a population of students and families that have not previously had this opportunity. For many of the teachers I work with, their time and energy is currently being diverted from supporting their students towards navigating an arduous and often ineffective testing process. Montessori education has long served as an alternative learning path for students who thrive outside conventional classroom structures. It's no surprise that teachers drawn to this philosophy may also find that traditional licensure pathways that are heavily reliant on standardized tests do not fully capture their unique skills and expertise. While many Montessori educators successfully navigate the licensure process, we must ensure that other aspiring Montessori educators are not unfairly disadvantaged by a system that may not accurately assess their abilities. I urge the board to create an action item to work with DPI to explore extending alternative pathways to these talented Montessori educators and allow these teachers to demonstrate their competency through portfolios, showcasing their abilities and competencies in the classroom. This is an option that has been offered to other teachers in the state of Wisconsin since 2022, but has not yet been extended to the Montessori pathway to licensure. The board can help to ensure that MPS's many Montessori classrooms are staffed with the most qualified and dedicated Montessori educators, ultimately benefiting our students and strengthening our entire district. Thank you.
Thank you. Do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions at this time? Director Gokul Gandhi.
I guess, can you bring us up to speed on, have we had conversations about licensure, about Montessori? Also, I just want to remind the listening public that it is very rare to have a public Montessori program, and that is not only available to all students, but that is also bilingual. So it doesn't really happen across the country. So I just wanted to make note of that.
It does not. Administration.
Chair Seamson, Director Gokul Gandhi, Abigail Rausch, Montessori Coordinator. We as a district have discussed this internally. The challenge or the great benefit is that the state of Wisconsin recognizes Montessori credentialing as a pathway to a Wisconsin state license. So that's something that many states don't offer. So the fact that we have that to begin with is amazing. The problem or the disconnect seems to be when the state of Wisconsin updated their licensure pathway for traditional teaching licensure, they failed to remember that we have a separate pathway for Montessori programs. So updates to the traditional licensing pathway include the option to have a permit. So if you are in college or you're in a pathway, that you can be a teacher of record while you're completing that. That's one of the options that was not specifically updated in the Montessori pathway. And then the other portion is with the specific testing. So other teacher licensing, traditional teacher licensing, have the opportunity to provide a portfolio, and this is controlled by their university. Montessori credentialing, for the most part, is run by the two Montessori organizations. It is not affiliated with a university. So they are not authorized in the state of Wisconsin to say, you don't need to take this test, you can do a portfolio instead. And so it's not equitable, right? And so the state of Wisconsin has two different things that they're saying. They're saying if you are a traditional teacher, you can do this pathway. And if you're a Montessori teacher, we forgot or did not get, I don't know what happened, but the Montessori licensure pathway was not updated when the rest of the licensure was updated.
Thank you, Director Gokul-Gandhi. Follow-up?
Can we have Mr. Thiel work with the Montessori department on what we could possibly do in Madison to get that updated?
Madam Secretary, is that doable?
Yes, I'm noting it. I will have a conversation with him.
Perfect. And then just to update whenever he's able to, I mean, ideally we make this a, a priority, before next school year, so we can hopefully get some more educators in that pipeline, because you are right that we need those. So if we could just have that as priority, that would be really great.
Yeah. Director Zambor.
Thank you, Chair Simpson. Another suggestion that we could do would be to have the board approve a resolution to take to WASB, to have the School Board Association vote on it. We won't have time for this, and it's so hard to get something passed if you didn't have it in already, unless it's like an emergency situation, and even then, we won't, it's going to be a long meeting this year. But, it's something that we could get the ball rolling on now for next year's delegate assembly. And have other, school boards consider. I don't know how many school boards are how many other districts have Montessori, probably not that many, but
yes,
we can try.
We can, yes, we're one of the few, one of one, yes. Yes, something we can be very proud of, but that's a great suggestion. Thank you so much, Director Zambor, for that. Administration? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought. No? Okay. Board directors, Director Leonard.
So just for the public's knowledge, so if you've never taken the Praxis, especially the Praxis 2, I'm not going to lie. I mean, I made it through, but the Praxis 2 was like people were crying when they left. So, I don't know how to explain this. And it does not prove whether or not you're going to be a valuable teacher, especially in a Montessori system, but really even in a traditional model. I'm sorry. It's a big obstacle, a big stumbling block, and we have a whole load of people that would be teachers that just said, I'm not going to go through this. And if I'm not mistaken, you'll have to correct me. I don't have anybody here from DPI, but I believe there's a certain limit on how many times you can take the Praxis. Am I right or wrong on that? Or is it just too expensive to take it too often?
Administration?
Director Simpson, members of the board, Director Leonard, Abigail Rausch, Montessori coordinator. I believe that is true, that at a certain point, I believe that it is 5 years, so that if you have 5 years after you graduate, if you have not successfully passed, then you may not be a permit teacher anymore, and you would be potentially demoted to a day-to-day sub. We can find out exactly, the specifics on that, but I believe that is generally what happens with that.
Director Leonard?
Thank you. And then just one question. I just want to make sure I understood. So what is the retention trend projection? What you're seeing, what we have in credentialing with the obstacles of getting there, I have some concerns that we're going to get back. I mean, because 4 years ago, we were really struggling. I remember that. We have definitely improved, but I don't want to go back to that situation. And I guess I'm asking for assurances that we are on a better path.
Administration.
Director Stevenson, members of the board, Abigail Rausch, Montessori coordinator. I cannot specifically talk to the issue of credentialing and retaining our teachers. With our current pipeline, we have 7 elementary teachers who will be available for positions for fall. We currently have vacancies, and those teachers would then fulfill those vacancies in our English-speaking classrooms. We are continuing to project vacancies and struggle retaining or attracting Spanish-speaking Montessori teachers for Riley specifically. With our retention survey, we're hoping to get, that full picture. I do have heard some rumblings of, we have some people who are retiring. We are projecting expansions in 3 of our buildings in our current program, so expanding additional classrooms. So with the 7 people that we currently have in the elementary pipeline, we may not be able to cover the projected openings for fall, which is why it was decided that we need to go to do in-person recruiting at the International AMS Conference.
Thank you.
Any follow-up to that?
No, that's good. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions by committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much. And just like to go and have materials made that you can grab and take into the classroom, like, oh my goodness, makes every teacher's heart very happy. Thank you for the update. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Madam Chair, we already completed item 7, so we are moving on to item 8, which is a report with possible action regarding math progress and plans. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would administration please present this item?
Chair Stevenson, members of the committee, this evening the administration will share an update with you on the math adoption progress and plans moving forward. I am joined by Dr. Hedges and Ms. Womack to share this update. After the report, we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you. Dr. Hedges.
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, Lois Womack, Math Curriculum Specialist Underfill.
And Dr. Melissa Hedges, Math Curriculum Specialist.
The district's priorities for success highlighted in this presentation are to increase academic achievement and accountability, develop our staff, and strengthen communication and collaboration. Our work in mathematics is predicated on alignment with the MPS strategic plan, our academic standard of care, and the ambitious instruction plan. These plans work together and support each other, and tonight's progress update is in alignment with each of these plans. Our vision for mathematics and MPS is one where students are engaged in grade-level mathematics, learn through collaboration and discussion, and are empowered to take risks. It's in alignment with Wisconsin's vision, which describes mathematics as a human activity of experiencing, interacting with, and relating to the world. Our goal is equitable access to high-quality instructional materials for all students across all schools and all classrooms. Evidence shows that access to high-quality, standards-aligned materials, along with curriculum-based professional learning, improves student outcomes. The information presented here highlights the current state of mathematics in the district and our progress towards student achievement goal as outlined in our strategic plan. Wisconsin has been using the forward exam as our state's summative assessment for mathematics for a number of years. Students in grades 3 through 8 take the mathematics portion of the test each spring. The ACT is taken by 11th grade students in the district. During the 2023-2024 school year, we engaged in a process resulting in the adoption of high-quality instructional materials, as well as articulated and aligned curriculum across the district. This school year, our elementary classrooms are implementing the iReady classroom materials. The adoption of the illustrative mathematics curriculum for middle and high schools creates an opportunity for a more consistent and coherent mathematical experience from middle to high. It is evidence based on the data that improved performance in mathematics is necessary. Although some progress has been made, we acknowledge we have work to do to achieve our vision and reach our goals. We intend to share additional goals and strategies as well as highlight progress made thus far relative to our plan for growth.
A consistent mathematics curriculum enhances students' readiness for post-secondary learning, builds their confidence, and equips them to succeed in education. This first year of implementation, our primary focus is on improving teachers' understanding of the mathematics they're expected to teach and developing instructional practices necessary to deliver rigorous, high-quality mathematics instruction to all students. If you look at the diagram on the left of the slide, you'll see a visual representation of our improvement strategies. At the center of this work is our commitment to providing all students with equitable access to high-quality instructional materials and teaching. We began this journey in July and August by prioritizing the order and delivery of new materials. From there, we developed an implementation plan focused on 3 critical areas: sustaining current successful initiatives, meaning building on programs that have already demonstrated success, establishing and implementing an ongoing curriculum-aligned plan for educators and school leaders, and then our data-informed decision-making using both qualitative and quantitative data to guide implementation and refine strategies as needed. Clear and consistent communication underpins this entire plan. It ensures transparency and alignment across all stakeholders. I'd like to share a few examples of how those 3 strategies are playing out. In regards to sustaining successful initiatives, counting collections continues to be a cornerstone for our early childhood and elementary students for mathematics. Last year, 54% of students demonstrated statistically significant growth in their counting and place value skills, while 48% met or exceeded end-of-year expectations. Regarding data-informed decision-making, a small pilot of the illustrative mathematics curriculum provided valuable insights, guiding our planning for a larger-scale rollout. Regarding professional learning, we are working closely with vendors and all stakeholders to create a professional learning sequence for school leaders and educators. This sequence emphasizes the shift to student-centered learning, particularly through structured discussions. To deliver this learning effectively, we are using several vehicles, including, number 1, on-site professional learning sessions for educators and leaders, mathematics-focused professional learning communities, staff meeting professional development time, monthly principal leadership institutes, district-designated professional development days, and job-embedded student-centered coaching. We have refined our coaching model to student-centered coaching, an evidence-based approach that prioritizes collaboration with teachers. Rather than focusing on fixing teachers, this model helps design instructional practices specifically aimed at improving student outcomes. This shift fosters meaningful progress and aligns our goal of improving student achievement. Together, these strategies and efforts are creating a strong foundation for meaningful, lasting improvements in mathematics across our schools. We are committed to this work and look forward to seeing the impact it will have on our building leaders, educators, and most importantly, our students. I'll be providing an update on our progress in kindergarten to grade 5 mathematics and highlighting key insights, data trends, and our responses to our findings to ensure continued growth and improvement. As an overview, the data on this slide reflects data gathered from several sources, including our district walkthroughs, our checks for understanding data, feedback from on-site professional learning sessions, and our coaching cycles. Together, these sources provide a comprehensive picture of where we stand and what needs to be adjusted. We organize our data around 4 guiding questions. What are we monitoring? How are we monitoring it? What are we learning from the data? And how are we responding? For school leaders and educators, we are monitoring the impact of professional development. For students, we're focused on engagement levels and academic growth. Although these focus areas may seem distinct, they are deeply connected as they all contribute to our primary goal of shifting from teacher-centered instruction to student-centered learning. As we look into some key insights for our school leaders, we know that they are growing in their ability to lead mathematics change efforts. However, challenges remain, balancing competing priorities, identifying shifting needs around our student-centered approach, and managing the logistics of on-site professional development. For our teachers, they are using the materials to teach, but walkthrough data reveals inconsistent use of the teacher's guide during instruction. And for our students, we know they need more opportunities to engage in meaningful discourse to deepen their understanding of math concepts. Importantly, our data sources, our CFUs, our iReady support, feedback, and our coaching cycles are driving real-time adjustments in our professional development, helping us to adapt and improve along the way. So how are we responding to what we are learning? We are tailoring professional learning to address specific needs, refining instructional practices through targeted coaching, and ensuring classroom activities align more closely with our curriculum goals. More specifically, at the K-5 level, we have provided clear guidance on managing the on-site professional development, strengthened communication regarding our implementation expectations, adjusted professional development sessions to highlight effective use of our instructional materials, implemented math-focused professional learning communities to help teachers adjust instruction to meet student needs, and provided student-centered coaching cycles that focus on discussion formats. Finally, collaboration remains a cornerstone of our approach. Feedback loops and continuous teamwork between educators, coaches, and school leaders are critical to sustaining progress and advancing student achievement. Together, through targeted actions and ongoing collaboration, we will continue to build the capacity and systems needed to ensure success for all students.
The middle and high school progress update reflects data compiled from the same sources: district walkthrough data, checks for understandings, and data from coaching cycles, with approximately 400 observations to date. At the middle and high school levels, the focus is on the impact of professional learning for leaders with a lens on look-fors and enhancing classroom observations. For teachers, we are supporting teacher practices, more specifically enhancing and refining those practices to deliver rigorous, high-quality instruction. This supports our curriculum and instruction vision of quality instruction in every classroom. We are working to ensure increased engagement and discourse in the classroom, student to student and teacher to students, as well as increased academic performance, growth, and achievement by students. While all grade levels are important, we need to prioritize implementation and instruction in 8th grade as well as our high school courses. Again, with the utilization of the same curriculum throughout middle and high school, we expect to see improvement in achievement as students become more familiar with the curriculum. We are learning that leaders need time for practice and application of professional learning. Therefore, we have increased school-based support for leaders and their administrative teams, and we've collaborated and aligned support with our regional teams. Differentiated professional learning for teachers is a must. We are moving away from a one-size-fits-all approach to ensure we are meeting the needs of teachers with varying levels of experience. Finally, we continue to assist teachers and schools with communicating the expectations for mathematics to all students.
In summary, our mathematics update reflects the district's commitment to ensuring academic success, fostering professional growth, and enhancing collaboration across all levels. Through alignment with the MPS strategic plan, our academic standards of care, and ambitious instruction plan, we are working towards a unified vision of equitable, high-quality mathematics education for every student. We recognize the importance of consistency in curriculum and professional learning as critical drivers of improvement. The adoption of high-quality instructional materials like iReady Classroom and Illustrative Mathematics has laid the foundation for a coherent and standards-aligned learning experience from elementary through high school. Coupled with data-informed decision-making and sustained professional development, these efforts aim to equip both educators and students for long-term success. We acknowledge the challenges ahead, including refining instructional practices, improving student engagement, and addressing priority areas such as 8th grade mathematics and high school courses. However, the progress is achieved through initiatives like counting collections, targeted coaching, and professional learning communities demonstrates that we are moving in the right direction. Looking forward, we remain steadfast in our commitment to achieving our vision of mathematics as a human activity, one where students are empowered to think critically, collaborate effectively, and succeed in a rapidly evolving world. Together, through ongoing collaboration and intentional actions, we will continue building the systems and capacity needed to reach our goals. Thank you for your continued support as we work to make mathematics a cornerstone of academic achievement and opportunity for all students in MPS.
Thank you very much for that report. We have one speaker slip before we move to committee members. Quentin Claybon.
Hello, Quentin Claybon, K-L-A-B-O-N. Thanks. So first of all, thanks so much for discussing mathematics progress on a regular basis. As you promised, that's a huge deal. Getting deep, and that was deep and nerdy, it was awesome, at least 3 times a year is definitely a fantastic step toward the district doing better for children. As you may know, as I said before, I'm extremely skeptical of the curriculum choices staff and board members made, especially illustrative. Specifically, I'm worried about the lack of practice problems to build fluency, which is the speed at which students can draw on basic mathematics facts, and reliance on discovery learning, using up classroom time with group work for students who may lack basic reading and mathematics skills. That said, it's a done deal. However, to illustrate to the board that staff are maximizing the curricula and getting children where they need to be, I hope staff could break down an average class period for the 2 age groups you discussed. In what order and how much time is spent on setting up a concept versus individual problem solving versus group work versus individual practice? In the median classroom, not just the best ones, are students getting through entire lessons with enough time to digest? Are students retaining this information weeks past an exit ticket or test? Delineating how a teacher spends his or her average class period could help bring to life for the board what these curricula can do, especially for the public and for board members who have not taught. Thank you for describing the rigorous, high-quality instruction.
Thank you. Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Leonard.
So I guess I ask a lot of questions, but I'm not going to do that. Just because I think we've covered enough on this over time, but I think when we talk about the walkthroughs, I guess I'm going to give you my vision of what a walkthrough would be from my experience, but I'm thinking and I'm hoping that we're doing this with someone that's like a coach that's mentoring methodology and things that would work better. Am I assuming that is correct?
Administration.
I would say yes. As best as possible, we always will have a coach along, or one of us will attend those walkthroughs.
Okay, and I'm just going to keep rolling. Is
Keep
that okay?
going.
All right,
Yep,
thank
you
you.
go with it.
So, and I had actually had some of the same things that I have concerns about that Mr. Claybon has brought forward, because I do feel that with the younger age groups, we still need to really work on some fluency levels. The forward test, from my experiences, and when I gave them the forward test, it's still very reading dominant when it comes to an actual test. Is that still the case? I have not been doing this for some years now.
Administration.
Director Seamson, Director Leonard, members of the committee. There are, yes, to put it lightly, there's a mix, but there is a high number of questions, especially as you age up, that do rely on you to be able to read, but more importantly, understand what's being asked for you to solve.
And I think that's just for the listening audience. I think that's where the greater challenge often is, and I will always sort of stay on that subject with regards to reading and having the ability to understand the words and exactly what they're asking of the student. When you say competing commitments, can you explain exactly what we're competing with?
Administration.
All right. Director Seamson, or Director Leonard, Chair Seamson, and members of the committee, Melissa Hedges, Mathematics Curriculum Specialist. There are many initiatives that are in particular at the elementary level that are impacting and are needed. And they're just, it's extra time that folks are needed to dedicate to other areas, such as, right now, I think our buildings are managing the Ames Web assessment as that is coming in. So it's just, there's just, you know, there's just a lot happening. Teachers are managing a lot, administrators are managing a lot as well.
Director Leonard?
Thank you. Yes, I would agree. I mean, it always has been that way, but I actually, I don't know, you know, as you sit in this seat up here, you start to get a different vision of what could be done and what probably needs to be done. It would be a very bold kind of thing, but I do believe that we have to almost like, I look at the math and reading skills, especially up through third grade, to be like just so ultimately important. Getting those basic skills down strong is the only, it's a fundamental necessity when it comes to education. And when we miss that, and as a middle school teacher, you would see them coming to you and not having those basic abilities, you know they are falling behind very quickly, and it's a concern. I have other questions. I'm not going to ask any more. Okay, all right. But I thank you very much. Oh, one more. Sorry, one more.
Oh, you go for it.
Okay. The previous, and now I feel really old. I'm thinking about how many years back this is, but we really struggled with the previous math adoption, and I remember going through that process, and I remember the complaints, and I was on the committees at our buildings, and we really found that was a detrimental system. So this new, give me an idea of why this new curriculum is way better. I just need to have some reassurances because I haven't heard any complaints, which is a good thing, but anyway.
Administration.
Director Leonard, Chair Simpson, and members of the committee, Lois Womack, Math Curriculum Specialist Underfill. Yes, it has been a long time since we adopted curriculum. The curriculum that the committee chose is problem-based. It's aligned with standards, and students are able to engage with mathematics and have discourse in the classroom, and more importantly, it's student-centered. Our previous curriculum was a little bit more teacher-centered, and so the research behind the curriculum and the work that the adoption committee put in, and they selected this curriculum as what would best meet the needs of our students.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm done.
All right, Director Gokul Gandhi.
Okay, two quick things. One, counting collections data, 54% of 3K to grade 2 shows significant growth. That's over half of our students. 48% of 3K to grade 2 met grade level expectations. That's amazing. Congratulations. You know I'm a big fan of counting collections, so I just had to throw that in there. And secondly, I really love this framework of what are we measuring, how are we monitoring, what are we learning, and then what does it mean for our various stakeholders. That is such an excellent way to think about like the qualitative version of our outcomes and how we explain that. And so just really appreciate this framework. Excellent work. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you very much. Any other committee members? All right, Mr. Chason.
Thank you, Chair Simpson, Matt Chason, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. Part of our graduation requirements for mathematics is 3 units, one of which must be at the level or above of algebra. And I know nationally, and I think even for us locally, algebra has represented a bottleneck or a pinch point in both grade promotion and even graduation rates. I was wondering if the administration could share a little bit about what we're doing to help tackle that algebra pinch point.
Administration.
Mr. Chason? No, thank you, Director Stevenson. So one of the benefits that we have in thinking about the importance of algebra and algebraic reasoning, at least with our new standards, and now that we, in particular at the elementary level, that we have these new materials that are closely aligned to our standards. Algebra, algebraic reasoning, and thinking is a major piece of all of the work that our elementary students experience. So it takes up about between probably 50 to 60% of the curriculum for our younger grades, for our kindergarten, first, second, and third graders, which is where that very foundational work of algebraic reasoning is laid. And then it continues all the way through. So 8th grade algebra shouldn't be a new experience for our students at all. It really should be an opportunity for them to formalize and formalize what their informal algebraic learning has been as they've actually started in kindergarten.
Any follow-up, Mr. Chasen? All right, wonderful. Any other committee members? All right, seeing none, thank you so much for that thorough update. Really appreciate the work that's going into our math program. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item 9 is a report with possible action regarding literacy progress and plans. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, this evening the administration will share an update with you on our literacy status in regards to the strategic plan, policy 7.10 and Act 20. I am joined by Dr. Evans and Ms. Green to share this update. After the report, we will be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you. Dr. Evans, Ms. Green.
Good evening, Chair Simpson and members of the committee. I am Dr. Tanya Evans, the Reading Curriculum Specialist.
Good evening, Chair Simpson and members of the committee. My name is Gabrielle Green, and I serve as the Early Childhood Curriculum Specialist. We are pleased to share our literacy progress and plans with you. Our work is aligned to the MPS strategic plan, the academic standard of care, and ambitious instruction. Improving student achievement in reading is our driving focus. Tonight's report will have connections to student achievement, staff professional learning, formative assessment, and clear and research-informed instruction.
I'd like to begin by sharing that Wisconsin's Act 20 legislation is our state's response to the literacy crisis that is happening in our country. This presentation will provide a report on our district's literacy status and progress in alignment with the mandates of Act 20, our reading policy 7.11, and our district's strategic plan. Our district's vision for literacy is to create a positive culture of reading where high-quality reading instruction grounded in the science of reading and engaging teacher-student interactions happens every day in every classroom. Our ultimate goal is to prepare all students to read at grade level by implementing evidence-based reading practices.
On this slide, you will see the most recent pre-K to 12 literacy data, and underneath it, in gray, the previous year's data for comparison. Please note that the Wisconsin Forward Scale score was changed in the 2023 to 24 school year, and comparison is not advised. We have listed the previous year's percentage as a courtesy. As Dr. Louisa Motes says, teaching reading is rocket science. That's because reading is not natural. It requires understanding spoken language, analyzing the individual sounds in a word, and matching those to written letters, all while holding the meaning and context in your working memory. Research indicates that oral language and phonemic awareness are the strongest predictors of a child learning to read by the end of first grade. Therefore, the first two data points you see are Brigance-Green's 3, language, and STAR, early literacy. For Brigance-Green's, the language items look at vocabulary and verbal fluency. For STAR, early literacy, the test looks at working with sounds, letters, and words. In grades 2 to 10, we test reading comprehension with STAR reading, and the Wisconsin Forward and ACT look at English language arts, which includes reading comprehension, vocabulary, and grammar. Now, this data shows that we have a ways to go to meet our strategic plan goal of 50% of students meeting proficiency by 2028, and our own goal of all students reading on grade level. However, it also shows that we are moving in the right direction. These small gains in student proficiency are the result of adopting a curriculum with a systematic approach to teaching foundational skills and focusing on oral language, phonemic awareness, and small group differentiated instruction, in our training, coaching, and work with schools and teachers.
We realize that improving reading proficiency is complex and will require ongoing effort. As Gabe mentioned, we have not yet reached our goal of all students reading at grade level. However, we do have evidence of progress. On our 2023-24 district report card, which is based on Wisconsin Forward data, demonstrates this progress. A score of 3.0 signifies average growth. The shaded boxes you see on the screen represents higher than average growth. With the exception of one subgroup, we show higher than average growth across all subgroups. This positive trajectory is a result of intentional work we've been doing to improve literacy. With the implementation of district-wide language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling, or LETRS training, for our kindergarten through third grade teachers, we are confident that we can further accelerate student growth and achievement and achieve even greater success.
To increase our reading proficiency rates, we have to prepare students starting in K4. This means a strong foundation of language comprehension, alphabet knowledge, and phonemic awareness. This has been our focus for the last several years. In this chart, I asked you to first look left to right across the what are we monitoring row. We expect that school leaders maintain a high-quality K4 program in their buildings and help us to monitor implementation of the Frog Street curriculum. We expect that teachers will develop a strong understanding and practice around how to teach oral language through play. As a result of these two, we expect to see students growing in language development and on Bergantz and growing in foundational literacy skills on the new Ames Web Plus screener. Next, I would ask you to look at each column starting with leaders. How do we ensure a high-quality program that uses Frog Street? We have two tools. We use the research-based Early Childhood Environment Rating Scale, or ECHRS, and our own Frog Street walkthrough. The ECHRS 3rd edition generates detailed feedback on 35 items, including language and literacy. It is based on a 3-hour classroom observation in a K4 classroom, and schools receive an overall score out of 7. Studies indicate that an ECHRS score of 3.4 or higher is correlated with improved student outcomes in language and cognition. Therefore, our quality goal as a district is a 3.4 or higher. So, since starting in spring 2023, we have observed the K4 programs at 40 schools. Initially, our district average score was at 2.7. This year, it's a 3.6. And we had more schools than ever before meet our quality goal. We have steadily improved the quality of early childhood classrooms by training principals on these quality indicators and by leveraging our district early childhood coaches who sit down with each teacher before the observation to identify and correct issues. Schools that participated in pre-observation coaching scored 1.3 points higher on average on the ECHRS than schools that declined or made no changes. We're thinking about, with ECHRS, how to monitor quality throughout the year and how to continue outreach to schools that have not met the quality goal. Additionally, for Frog Street implementation, we monitor the greeting circle, which includes critical social emotional learning and the morning message. The morning message is where 80% of the foundational literacy skills are taught in Frog Street, are explicitly and systematically taught. It's a non-negotiable component. However, based on our walkthroughs, as you can see, only about half of teachers use it. This is concerning. On the upcoming PD date, K4 teachers will attend training on Frog Street and foundational literacy skills. We will also continue to revisit schools that do not implement morning message to provide coaching and support to correct this. In the teacher column, you'll see that last year we trained 40 K3, K4, and K5 teachers on how to teach oral language through play. This training included time to practice in MPS classrooms and receive feedback. The training resulted in strong knowledge, application of strategies, and individualization to the child. about 1/3 of teachers participated in coaching after the PD. And through this coaching, we were able to monitor their use of the strategies. And we found that when teachers attended the training and consistently used the strategies during play, that their students gained 12 points more on Bergant's language items than students in non-participating classrooms. Given the success of this model, we have expanded to offer twice as many play clinics this year, and we created a specific version for bilingual teachers. As we look at other student metrics in the student column, we see a need for a more robust measurement of foundational literacy skills. The new AimsWeb Plus screener will help us measure the impact of curriculum and instruction in K4 and K5. However, we have noticed that the state only requires 2 of the 5 tests available for K4, initial sounds in the fall and spring, and letter sound fluency in the spring. We're exploring the option to use AimsWeb Plus to collect deeper early literacy data, including letter naming, print concepts, and vocabulary to more effectively monitor growth.
To support the goals of Act 20 and our district's strategic plan, we are focusing on key initiatives to improve literacy outcomes. First, we're monitoring letters training participation among leaders and teachers, emphasizing science-based literacy instruction. This includes tracking attendance, offering makeup sessions, and providing school leaders with best practices document to maximize training benefits. We've also developed comprehension checks at the end of each session to assess teacher understanding. Secondly, we're monitoring the implementation of small group reading instruction through district walkthroughs with 1,842 observations so far, teacher surveys, and classroom observations. This method enables differentiated instruction and provides the ideal framework for applying the strategies learned in letters training. Over the past 4 years, we've trained over 130 teachers from 39 schools using an innovative professional development approach where teachers observe expert lessons, practice delivering their own lessons to students while receiving immediate feedback and coaching right within the training environment. Support continues with goal setting for each cycle of the school year, coaching, and progress tracking. Third, we monitor student reading proficiency with a combination of assessment tools like STAR, Wisconsin Forward, and AimsWeb Plus. While challenges remain, we are observing positive trends. For example, first grade proficiency increased from 11% to 12.5% on STAR Early Literacy, and grades 3 through 10 rose from 12% to 18% on the STAR Reading Assessment. Similar gains were seen last spring, and we remain committed to strengthening instruction and professional development. We realize our efforts will be even more impactful if parents are involved. Therefore, we have formed a parent engagement collaborative group with some of our district partners, such as Wisconsin Reading Corps, Spark, and Forward Scholars, to identify and provide parents with practical and effective reading strategies to support their child's reading development at home. While Act 20 focuses on elementary grades, we recognize the critical need for literacy support among high school students as well. To ensure strong instructional leadership, our district staff and coaches collaborate with school leaders and vendor partners, providing professional development on the My Perspectives curriculum and implementing a checklist to guide the effective program delivery. We monitor teachers' use of My Perspectives through classroom observations, checklists, and online platform data. Teacher engagement has risen with active users on the online platform growing from 53 in September to 112 by December, and student engagement increasing from 453 to 2,897. Continuous coaching and support are provided to maximize impact. In addition, we provide support to high school reading intervention teachers through monthly professional learning community meetings. For students, we analyze data from STAR, pre-ACT, and ACT assessments. Although ACT scores have remained somewhat stagnant over the past 2 years, we are observing encouraging trends. Notably, this fall, 17.5% of 9th and 10th graders demonstrated proficient or advanced levels on STAR assessment, a significant increase from 6.2% the previous fall. This positive shift suggests we are making progress. To further support student success, we will continue to enhance instructional practices through professional development, coaching, modeling, and providing comprehensive lesson plan support.
In summary, from our youngest learners through high school, we have a shared focus on curriculum implementation, rigorous instruction, and formative practices. We expect to continue seeing more students attaining grade level proficiency and to meet the strategic plan student achievement goal by 2028. If we maintain this focus on science-based literacy training and on coaching teachers to use research-based practices, we expect to see literacy instruction that meets the needs of all students. And finally, by keeping our focus on support for students at each grade level, including high school, we expect that all students will gain the skills to be proficient readers. Thank you for your attention. At this time, we are ready for your questions.
Thank you very much. We have one speaker slip. Could I please have Quentin Claiborne come forward?
Hello, Quentin Claiborne, K-L-A-B-O-N. Thank you so much for discussing reading progress on a regular basis, as you promised. Superintendent Galvan and staff, it is so beyond the surface level of your predecessor, and it does resemble what I see from other districts. So much of that is great. Additionally, I want to point out, so many people complain about you, the board. MPS is worried about such and such, but what about reading and math? Well, here we are, talking about it. I hope they contact you about it, because you're doing it. So anyway, especially with Act 20 on the books, holding each other accountable for kids' reading is so crucial. I'm thrilled you are doing it. I want to express multiple reasons for urgency for your work tonight. First, national NAEP scores will come out January 29th, one day before your regular board meeting. Adjusted for demographics, Wisconsin scored 28th in reading, 13th in mathematics in 2022. Milwaukee, as you know, scored last for Black students in reading among other big cities, even Detroit and Baltimore. Because we are behind other states on reading reforms, I assume our 2024 results will look bad because they were taken in February. Those numbers represent real children whose lives will be wrecked because Wisconsin could not get our act together. Please keep, even accelerate your pace. Second, this board will have new members soon. I have had private conversations about Act 20 with them that I will keep private. However, let me emphasize that it is really, really important that you get curriculum used well and teachers retrained while this current board is in office. To that end, I hope staff could better connect their terrific work to incoming deadlines so the board is not surprised. First, what percentage of principals are on pace to hit the July 1st deadline on letters training? Second, how far are teachers through letters? The legislature intended for them to finish July 1st, too, before the Department of Public Instruction moved the deadline later. I hope you discuss that at next week's meeting. Third, what percentage of kindergarten to third grade students do you think will score at the lowest levels on Ames Web Plus this month? Those students will require staff to do a diagnostic quiz within 10 calendar days, create and send to parents within 10 days an at-risk reading plan, similar to a mini IEP, and then actually receive those services you promised. To me, it could be around 8,600 students, perhaps. Fourth, are administration and teachers prepared for the extra remediation work that means for teachers? And fifth, do you expect it to cost significantly more to comply with those parts of the law for that many students? And do you have the money? Anyway, add an epilogue. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Leonard.
So some clarification. So first of all, if I understand correctly, the Ames Web was facilitated this week or last week?
Administration.
And that's the first one, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Director Leonard, Chair Simpson, and members of the committee, there's a window for Ames Web. It opened January 6th through January 31st, I believe.
Okay, all right.
And it is the first
It's
administration.
the first administration. I'm getting some people calling me and complaining that they're not as prepared as they thought they would be. There's some confusion, but I'm going to leave that where it is because I remember having to proctor tests when we first got them, and there was always a challenge, so I'm not sure what we're at within there. I need some clarification, and this is really to the credit of Dr. Owen Moore. She sort of gave me some directions to go on this and start studying, and I have been studying ever since on the letters training and Act 20 and the science of reading. I almost sort of looked at it as, okay, if I were going to go back and do this again, and I'm not, but if I was going to do that again, what would be the process? So I started looking at one thing became really clear on both the research and the practical applications, and they stress the need, and I hope I can say this the right way, and oh God, I hope I can read this the right way. I'm sorry. Okay, so the coaching aspect of this process is extremely important from what the research says. It says that those that were left to their own means just did not have the level of success that we needed. The actual mentoring and coaching in place as the process was going on had significant impact. What's your take on that?
Administration?
Director Leonard, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Tanya Evans. Coaching has a very strong impact on everything in education, so not just reading.
Right.
Research does tell us that you can have professional development, but it bumps up the chances of implementation with coaching significantly. So it's very critical to training. Now, with Act 20, one of the things that was supposed to happen, the state was supposed to hire so many coaches. The district was supposed to get 10 state coaches to help support. As far as I know, that has not happened yet. It's a limited term job, so I'm thinking you might, they may have to find like someone retired or something, because if you took that position, it's only for a couple of years. But as far as I know, they haven't hired those coaches yet. We do have some literacy coaches in the district. We don't have as many, but it would have been nice to get additional support, but that hasn't happened as of yet.
Director Leonard?
Okay, thank you. So I think that without question, and I have been a proponent, I've said it for close to 3 years, that we have to speed up the process of what we're doing. We need to get those scores up. I'm not going to talk about scores today. I really need to just sort of make sure that we're putting everything in order to get to that place. And then the last thing I wanted to ask you, and I must be getting tired because I just forgot what it was. I apologize for that. But
Director Leonard, if you remember, you can raise your hand again.
Thank you. That's what I'll do. Thank you.
We will come back to you. Director Ferguson.
Thank you, Chair Simpson. And I also want to thank you guys for this report. I really do feel your urgency in terms of making sure that our students are doing better in literacy and reading. I do also feel encouraged by the direction that things are going. So I just wanted to commend you, because I know a lot of times, sometimes when things are going bad, everybody jumps on you. And when they start to get better, nobody says, good job. So I do want to commend you guys on the efforts that you're making to turn things around in the district. I do have two questions that I wanted to ask. The first one is, I heard you mention that you're leveraging parents, parent engagement in enhancing and getting kids doing better in the areas of literacy. I just wanted to know if you could speak to how that's going and what maybe the breadth of that engagement looks like and how we can support that.
Administration.
Director Ferguson, sorry. Director Ferguson, Chair Simpson, and members of the committee, Tanya Evans. I am so excited about this. Okay, we had a meeting today. This is our second meeting. So one of the things that I wanted to do is, we put things out in the district before that kind of give guidance on how you can help your child at home, but I wanted to get a little more specific. And I was envisioning if a teacher is having a parent-teacher conference with a child, and let's say, for instance, a K-5 student, and the teacher says, your child does not know how to identify all of their letters. I would love to see parents, teachers to be able to say, and here's a couple of strategies that you can try at home to help your child. Not refer them to a website where it may be an overwhelming amount of things there, but just something simple, one or two things that you can do at home, something really easy, everyday, if it could be a part of like their everyday routine. And so I was talking to one of our community partners, Spark, and we came up with this idea, let's just get some community partners together. We have Spark, Wisconsin Reading Corps, Forward Scholars. I reached out to our bilingual department to make sure that we have someone represented, our special education department. Like I have all these people with these literacy backgrounds. We all have these strategies, but we're like, we need the best of the best. We need it to be really simple, something that parents feel like I can do and not have to have like an advanced degree to do this. And so we came together, and I wish I could pull up this spreadsheet to show you, but we have like these activities. So for each reading area, we started with phonemic awareness today. We worked on phonics, but we have an activity, we have the description, we have the teacher language, and we have parent-friendly language. So if we talk about, I'm trying to think of an example, if we talked about phonemes in isolation, that was the teacher language, but we said identifying like beginning, middle, and ending sounds for the parent, so we're trying to make it parent-friendly. And what we're going to do is we're going to put these activities together. We're going to record videos. We're going to have QR codes on the sheet. So not only will it explain the activity, they can scan the QR code and they can see the activity being done. So I'm just really excited about it. I better stop because I will go on and get in trouble. But I can't wait to show you like the final product. I'm going to work with our communications department and see if they can make it pretty for us. And we want to have something like on our website where teachers can access it, but we want to have something where teachers, can access it, and as they're having conferences, for any area kids are having trouble with, we want them to be able to give them a strategy to use. So I'm really excited about that. So more to come.
Thank you. Thank you. Director Ferguson.
Well, I would love to see it too.
Yeah.
Actually, very, very interested in seeing how it rolls out. And again, how can we support that work? Some of us are on the PACE committee here, so if there are things that we can do to kind of dovetail what you're doing and to add some additional support behind it, I'm sure we would all love to, because at the end of the day, we're all on the same team in terms of seeing our students achieve more. So I'm very excited that you're leveraging the parents.
And I want to share one more thing, and I don't know if this is appropriate protocol, if I can jump back in, but I just want to share, before we publish them, we are going to, because Spark have regular meetings with their parents, so we're going to have the parents try it out. It's going to be like parent tested and approved, and then we'll publish it after the parents try it out. So more to come.
Oh, that sounds fantastic.
Yeah, I agree.
And Director Ferguson, did you have another question?
I did. Where are we on the letters training?
Administration.
Director Ferguson, Chair Simpson, and members of the committee, for letters training, have some numbers for you. So far we've had 1,130 K-5 through 3rd grade teachers, and this includes our special education teachers, our bilingual teachers, ESL teachers. They have completed Unit 1, Part 1. We've had about 16 teachers that didn't, and we had a couple of makeup sessions, but we had some teachers out like on maternity leave, FMLA, so about 16 of those that have not completed it yet. And we have about 26 new teachers that were reported, at least. We had at PLI, at our last Principal Institute, we had a form for principals so they can let us know if they had new teachers come on board since our last training so we can get them added to a cohort. So we have 26. So right now I have about 42 teachers that I know of that we have to do another makeup session to get them caught up. Our next training is next Friday, January 24th, from 8:30 to 11:30. It's virtual, and teachers have the schedule, but we're going to be sending out notifications. I was working on it back there tomorrow to let them get their Zoom link and things like that. All of our administrators have taken the training. We just had a training on January 8th for principals. There are a couple of new principals because there were some retirements, and then people were bumped up, like I guess from maybe AP to a principal. And so we have a couple of those that we have to get caught up, but not many. I think about 3 that wasn't a part of an original training or makeup. So we're on track. We're doing well.
Director Ferguson, any follow-ups?
No.
No. All right, thank you. Director Gokul Gandhi.
Director Ferguson, I would highly recommend sitting down with Dr. Evans. Not only is she a wealth of knowledge, but her excitement for reading and getting kids to read and making it fun is so infectious. I almost wish I didn't know how to read so that she could teach me how to read, because that would be awesome. I do know how to read, just for the record.
Any other committee members? Director Leonard.
This is just for our listening audience. I was, that the $50 million that the state said they were going to give the school districts is sitting in court. It has been sitting there in litigation since, I believe, February. So I'm like, and that's last year, 2024. So just so everybody knows, I'm not sure they wanted the training, but they're holding on to the money. So I'm not sure, they're afraid that we're not going to, or that DPI would not spend it the right way. But really, we're the ones that are going to be spending the money. We're the ones that have to, apply the actual training. So anyway, just for our listening audience, thank you.
Thank you very much for that point of information and irritation. Sorry. Any other committee members with comments or questions? I see none. Thank you very much for that update. Love hearing about the work we're doing in the area of reading. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Madam Chair, item 10 is report with possible action on the regional showcase, Northwest Region. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would administration please present this item?
Sorry about that. Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Eduardo Galvan, interim superintendent. This evening, we are excited to introduce to you our monthly regional showcase featuring the Northwest Region. I have with me Dr. Tony Dinkins, regional superintendent for the Northwest Region, joined by Principal Jason Galen from Brian Kilbourne. Together, they will share this report and afterwards engage in any questions you may have. And they're pulling it up, so thank you, and thank you to our member from the staff.
Thank you very much for
enduring this.
Staying with us through a very long night, to be there for your school. Your moment is here.
Thank you. Dr. Dinkins.
Good evening, Chair Simpson and members of the committee. Dr. Dinkins, Regional Superintendent for the Northwest Region, and I'm thrilled tonight to present our showcase to you. During our presentation, we will emphasize the unique demographics of our student population and the various school programs available within our region. Additionally, we will share key data points that reflect both our achievements that we are taking pride in and the areas where we seek improvement. This evening, we want to shine a light on Byron Kilbourne School, and I am pleased to be joined here tonight by Principal Mr. Jason Galen. He will provide some wonderful insights into his wonderful school later in this presentation. In the Northwest Region, our efforts are firmly rooted in the 5 priorities for success guiding our work towards student achievement. Our primary objective is to ensure that every school within our region serves as a wonderful environment where students can learn, grow, and thrive. The district's strategic plan also has been instrumental in shaping our initiatives in the Northwest Region. We remain focused on enhancing student achievement boosting staff morale and facilitating professional learning opportunities that positively impact student outcomes. The Northwest region encompasses 26 unique schools, including 14 K-5 schools, 5 K-8 schools, 5 academic specialty schools, among which we have 2 IB schools and 2 community schools. We serve approximately 8,959 students in the Northwest region, of whom 24.3% are students with disabilities, 2.4% are English language learners, and 82.7% are classified as economically disadvantaged. 76.6% of our students are Black, 6.2% are Hispanic, 5.1% are white, and 6.2% are Asian. 0.3% of our students are American Indian, 0.2% are Pacific Islanders, and 5.5% have multiple ethnicities. We take pride in our positive climate data for our region, and I'm on the right slide now. Sorry about that. Over the past 2 years, our attendance rate has increased and has risen to 87.5%, while our suspension rate has decreased to around 5%. To enhance attendance, we actively identify students and families in need of support and implement collaborative systems that engage families, students, and staff. Our goal is to get everyone talking about attendance. Our school leaders advocate for alternatives to suspensions whenever possible, contributing to a safe and welcoming environment conducive to learning. Last year, we initiated what we call our Northwest Region Instruction Improvement Plan, aligning each school's improvement strategy with regional goals focused on data-driven discussions. This was our phase 1. We ensure that all schools and classrooms utilized district-adopted curriculum and resources, and we organized 3 international teacher professional development sessions, addressing both curriculum and classroom management. This academic year, we have moved into phases 2 and 3 of our improvement plan. In the first semester, we introduced professional learning communities, as well as aligned our schools' SIPs to our regional team walks and the district walkthrough tool protocol. We also wrote a proposal for coaching and learning around professional learning communities. As we progress through this semester, we will begin integrating discussions on unpacking the standards commonly missed on the FORD exam into our professional learning community meetings. This will involve a thorough examination of the curriculum to pinpoint specific standards being taught, ensuring our teachers allocate the necessary time to enhance student outcomes effectively. The Northwest Region STAR data in reading suggests that our plan is impacting student growth and outcomes in the area of reading. From spring 2023-24 to fall 24-25, we have decreased the percentage of students scoring significantly below target by 12.3% and increased our students scoring on target by 0.6%. Our math STAR data indicates that we still have a significant amount of work to do. We continue to partner with the math coaches in the curriculum instruction department so that we can see excellent growth in the area of math in the very near future. At this time, I'm excited to introduce Mr. Jason Galen, our principal of Byron Kilbourne School. Mr. Galen?
Director Simpson, members of the committee, my name is Jason Galen. I'm the proud principal at Byron Kilbourne. It's an honor and privilege to be with you here tonight. This is my 4th year at Kilbourne, and I do want to note that I actually am an alumni from Byron Kilbourne. I grew up in that housing project that is right behind our school. We are a smaller school. We service about 230 students in the Northwest region. We're a small school, but we pack a lot of energy. When focusing on this data in the next slide, particularly 23-24, the school year, our star performance is trending in the right direction. Our goal basically is to reduce the red and increase the green. So last year we didn't have any students who were on target, and now that is clearly changing. So there's a lot of positive energy around our most recent data. The school improvement plan focus, we had to take a hard look at ourselves, and we decided that we were going to embody professional learning communities. And I think having discussions with teachers, we were cooperating, we were coordinating, and we were chatting, but we weren't terribly focused. And so we said to ourselves, we've got to do something a little bit different. And so we decided that we're going to create a standard where if you're meeting with a team, you're going to bring student work. You're going to grade each other's work. You're going to use common rubrics. You are going to give each other feedback. You are going to ask each other questions about how is your kid getting this and my kid is not. And doing so allowed us to really focus on deficits. What are kids not learning? What do we do when kids do get it and need to be extended? So we started asking, different questions, and that helped motivate our teams. The other thing is we folded in special education teachers, and that has been a large portion of growth, particularly with students with special needs, is in the past they were meeting in isolation. But when you fold, because we don't have any special ed classrooms, all students are included. And so we said to ourselves, we have to have those teachers at the table to make sure they're part of that collaboration. And the other piece I wanted to mention on this slide is the PBIS. We're seeing more energy around PBIS, and I think in the few years past, it was all or nothing, whether or not you reached the incentive. But we recognize that sometimes kids need multiple choices to show that they can do it right. So that has, it gives kids hope to come to the dance or to have the hot chocolate. So each week, if you don't get your ticket, don't worry. Next week, we'll give you another chance to do it, and that's really motivating our kids. This is my most fun slide. I shouldn't say our really. We saw a dip in 22-23, and we all had to look at ourselves and say, hey, wait a minute. We have to ask ourselves some tough questions, and that is, does this really represent who we are? And we not only had that conversation with staff, but we also posed that question to students. And we have a culture at our school where our students are extremely competitive, and when I showed them that we were 2 stars and kind of explained what 2 stars, they said, oh no, Mr. Galen, we ain't got time for 49.9. And so that became our mantra, and we put signs up around the building, and we kept saying it to each other. In every staff meeting, we said, look at that. Is that really who we are? And teachers said, boy, we're working so hard, but are we working as smart as we possibly can? And so that began the transformation of how we worked. And then we also talked about rigor. We had some teachers actually take the forward exam and take a look at what the students are being asked, and to make sure that when you're doing lessons and you're giving kids formative assessment, that they actually have the same amount of rigor. So when they sit down, when it really, really counts, they are ready. And again, I think those are all the components that contributed to our nice gain from 23-24 last year. And in terms of points of pride, again, the large indicators, we're looking at attendance. We're seeing some positive growth in attendance. And of course, we also want to focus on reducing suspension. So how did we do that? We really kind of focused our message on being factual. We basically said, families, if your child's not here, they're not going to learn. There's no song about it. It's not cute. It's just really factual. Your child's not going to achieve. We need them here. Even with a tummy ache or a slight cough, we need them here. And we know that there's a correlation between kids with 85% attendance and higher are making proficiency. So we're trying to educate the community as well.
The other thing I wanted to mention is the reduction in suspension. And, again, the question is why? How is it happening? And I think the conversations we're having with staff is that we're diffusing things before it gets physical. You have to pay attention to what kids are saying. If it sounds negative, look into it. It probably is. And we know that when serious things happen, it usually starts small. So get in there, ask those questions. We're now saying, okay, let's come out in the hall. Let's go down. Let's talk about this first before we get physical. So we're increasing our efforts around mediation and repairing harm circles. Our student-centered focus last year marks the third straight year of growth in enrollment. We're very, very proud of that. We said to ourselves, if we have these ESSER funds, we're going to do whatever it takes to make sure we improve the school for the students. As I said, I was an alumni there 40-plus years ago, and we had the same gym floor and the same gym lights that we had back in 1977, and that was not good enough for us. And so that's where we put our energy. Is to make sure that when kids are talking about Kilbourne, it's a sense of pride that they're walking around knowing that, wow, they're looking out for what we want. New basketball hoops or new basketball backboards. I mean, it gets kids excited, and then they go and talk about, oh, Kilbourne's cool, we got a new gym. And then the word spreads and we become a destination of choice. So we're very, very proud of that. And last, for that, just center of focus, we were in the news we have tremendous staff retention. I think it was 275 years of experience we have. So we have, if you come to Kilbourne, you stay at Kilbourne. And so we're very, very proud of that. And we're going to talk a little bit about what the having staff that's committed to Kilbourne means. And it kind of takes us to a look ahead. We have 12 classroom teachers, and 4 of them are going to retire at the end of the year. So that's 25% of our teachers. And, while new opportunities are on the horizon, new fresh eyes, new energy, we're losing a ton of experience in how to do the quality work of teaching. And so we do want to make sure this is going to be a very, very special teacher appreciation year for us in the first week in May. And because we're going to say goodbye to some excellent, excellent teachers, one of which is in the audience for Kilbourne today. While we're trending in the right direction, we just want to make sure we also understand we haven't arrived. We look forward to the challenges that lie ahead. And once again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to share some information about Kilbourne.
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, we are prepared to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. And yes, Kilbourne is a small but mighty community, and I know that families, not only is the staff dedicated, but the families are dedicated. And they love that the uniqueness that small building offers them and the connections that they can make, and you see that when you go there. Do committee members wish to make comments or ask any questions? Director Leonard.
So I know the person in the audience, and I know that she's one of those that's definitely retiring. And you deserve a round of applause. You've done it.
Yes.
You've had an excellent career. I know you don't like that.
And I know she didn't come here for that recognition.
I know you didn't. I know you didn't, but I had to. I've known Mr. Galen for quite some time. I do have a couple of questions. First of all, I just want to recognize the fact that there's 32%, 1/3 of your students are special ed.
Administration?
Director Simpson, members of the committee, yes, that is correct.
Okay, well, that's a challenge by itself. I think that's to be understood. It's like we always talk about the 20% level at MPS, but then you have buildings that have 1/3, which obviously poses unique challenges, to say the least. But I guess the one that was really shocking to me is that you've had 0 staff vacancies.
Yes.
No, go ahead. I'm
Director
sorry.
Simpson, members of the...
When Director Leonard starts to speak, it's a dialogue, I think.
Okay.
Go ahead, administration.
Director Leonard, thank you for recognizing that. That is definitely a point of pride. We have not had vacancy, and that has allowed us to establish relationships. And so kids come to school and they see the same faces every day. We're noticed that really is a point to be comforting. You get to know the family. There's there's teachers who have had grandchildren of the children that they first started with. So it's, I think we have 4 staff members with 30-plus years in our building.
Yeah.
And we're very proud of that.
Director Leonard?
That is excellent. I visited your school last year just because I knew you and I thought I'd visit you, and I went to some of the classrooms. It was fun. I had a chance to corral one of the little girls that wanted to cause havoc in the hallway, and it was like, but I actually really enjoyed the experience. Keep up the great work. It's sort of like it's almost like a country school in a way when you think of it with that kind of those kind of 0 staff vacancies. Anyway, congratulations. Thank you.
Well, and that also speaks to the climate and culture of the building when you have staff that is choosing to stay. Any other members of the committee that would like to make comments or ask questions? Director Ferguson?
I would, thank you, Chair Simpson, and I would just say I was pretty impressed with the attendance rate being up to 87.2%. And then also at the same time, increasing the student enrollment for the 3rd consecutive year. And I heard Dr. Dinkins say that everybody is talking about attendance in the Northwest region. And if that narrative is causing these types of outcomes, keep talking about it. Keep doing it, and I hope to see the entire district, all of the regionals talking about it, and bringing the focus always back to that point that if the students are not in school, they can't learn. They can't be taught, at least not by us. So it's important that we keep having that conversation and we keep hammering it down for parents, the connection between their students actually being in school and then them actually achieving. So keep up the good work, and thank you for what you guys are doing.
Agreed. Thank you. Any other members of the committee? Seeing no, pardon me? I don't believe, we don't have any speaker slips,
We have no
correct? Yeah,
speaker
no
slips.
speaker slips. She just came to be supportive and show her school spirit. Director Zambor.
Thank you, Chair Simpson. Well, I thought maybe Sherry was going to say a few words, but and I stayed because I saw you in the audience. This is my committee, and I was like, well, Sherry's staying, I'm staying. So yeah, I didn't know you were retiring this year. So, and I didn't know you had so many teachers who are going to be retiring. So there's definitely something special about a school with that many veteran staff, but I just want to thank Sherry for everything. I know we've worked together a lot over the past years, so thank you.
Yeah, I know it's emotional. Yeah, thank you very much for sharing a little bit about your school with us. Really appreciate it, and the update on the region. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Madam Chair, that was the last item on this meeting's agenda.
There being no further business before the committee, this meeting is adjourned. Have a great night, everybody, and thank you very much.
This is longer than the full board.